Welcome back to Buckmore Park for round 4 of BUKC 2020. 6 more sprint races coming your way this afternoon. We've got 3 lightweights and 3 heavies, just as we had this morning. And we'll start again with another lightweights. I'm going to try and head down that way because I believe race winner from race 6 of round 3, Pascal Pook, is there. I'm not actually going to do that because I've just been told that drivers are clearing the grid. Instead, we will have the quickest of quick chats with James Mills, since he's right by here. James, real quick, because we haven't got time to interview anyone else and you're just by here. Decent morning for Loughborough. You think you got yourselves on the podium after that mix-up. Can you get yourselves another one in round 4?
Yeah, they were a bit unsure with the results, but I think we've got third. But yeah, I think we want to improve on that. We always want to win, so that's what we're going for this round.
I've certainly run the rule over that. Big Willie Chew's not here, which might be why things have gone wrong. Anything to say to the man himself?
We miss you. We want him back.
We do miss you, Will. We want you back lots. Hopefully you'll be at GYG. James, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
James Mills there of Loughborough A. Yeah, a bit of an issue on the podium. Are we going to get another interview? We're going to have to quickly get another interview in here.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Thank you for sliding into my DMs this morning.
That's alright. Anything for you?
We won't share the content live on the stream, but what are your racing prospects this afternoon? How do you reckon you'll do from here?
I don't know. I heard some dreadful things about this card, so...
I told you that.
Some lad that won a PFI.
That's a lie. Don't trust
it. It might be the best card. And they're saying, no, don't use it.
They're all the best cards. These are fantastically manufactured, spec'd and prepped by the Club 100 mechanics. There's nothing wrong with them at all.
Oh, I believe so. I believe so, 100%.
You can trust me.
I trust you. Anything you say.
I like the tinted glasses. Somewhat sunglasses, are they?
They got dark when there's UV. So it's nice.
It's looking more like rain though. Do you fancy yourself in the rain?
A bit of a sliding action is nice. Not too much though. Don't have a wetsuit on.
This is a lightweights race. You don't have any of the heavyweights getting that little bit of an advantage.
Nah, it's alright. We'll do it on the straights. Make the time up. Should be right.
Good man. Well, I'll talk to you at the end of the race when you win and I'll give you an interview for it, yeah?
Oh, that'd be great. You never know what's going to happen.
You never know. Probably not that, but you never know.
If anything, on your DMs, me and you.
You're a good man. I'll speak to you later. Andreas there of Kingston University. We might get another one in. We're going to get one more in. It's going to be Kieran Harrison of Leeds. Kieran, disappointment last time out as you came in about a gram underweight, but a lot better of a result this morning. I think it was second place, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a very solid second place. I was quite happy with it. By the time I got through the pack, the leader was gone, but held on. I think it was London South Bank caught up to me at the end, but I managed to hold on towards the end. It was good, solid second.
It was indeed Michael Houghton who starts on pole position for this one, so you've got a job on to catch him.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be seeing him this time. Well, at least I hope not, because that would mean I'd spun in these lapters.
So, a good morning for Leeds this morning in the Clubman's winners.
It was surprising, actually, how high we got up to 7th on the overall standings, but yeah.
So it wasn't actually a 7th, it's just because you finished second, we only counted one score. Big Willie Chew's watching at home and he'll have it all sorted. Any messages for him?
Well, I hope you're enjoying the show. Hopefully this is a good one too.
Of course it is.
Well, for me, I mean.
When is it not?
It's been bad in the past, such as getting disqualified for being underweight.
It's still a good show though.
It was a great race. I watched it back on the stream and they didn't know I was going to get disqualified, obviously, so it looked good.
Well, hopefully we can see another strong performance from you here.
Yeah. I'm hoping to get a top 10. That's what I was saying.
No idea what's going on, actually. Teammates cleared the grid a while back. I'm not in the most comfortable positions here, so I'm just going to reshuffle myself. Bit of a long way. Do you want me to I can't see anything going on down the front. Waiting for the rain. You're quite decent at the rain, aren't you, Kieran?
I would like it to rain. It makes it easier when you come from the back, I think. Splits the pace a bit more.
Yeah, you do tend to take the first race of the day for Leeds. Is that because you're a bit better in the damp conditions?
Yeah, preferably because it's usually damp in the morning and I'm probably the person who likes it the most, at least. So normally it's me out first.
It's certainly coming down. We can see some spots on the radiator mostly. I don't know if, Darren, you can pan over to the radiator in front. You can see the spots of rain there collecting on the exhaust. Certainly going to come into play in this race. Hopefully the hold on my hair stays.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
Cheers, Kieran. Have a good race. I am getting a phone call, so I'm going to hand back to the Toms of Howard and James and see who's ringing me.
It's neither of us, mate. That's all I can say. Hello, everybody. Welcome to round 4 of the British Universities Karting Championship. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and James Johnston of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position for you. There are no warm-up laps, which means we've got to get through this grid nice and early. So, without further ado, Mr. Johnston, why don't you hit us with a lovely little grid for race 1 of round 4?
On pole position today, we have Mr. Michael Houghton for London South Bank A. In second place, we have Sam Cobb of Cambridge A. Exeter A for Rory Cuff. And in fourth place for Aston A, we have Daniel Cohen. Bath B starting fifth with Juan Maria Jorge. And in sixth place, we have Diego Martinez de Luca. Loughborough C is Ben Smith starting seventh. And in eighth place is Nottingham Trent C, William Toon. In ninth place it is UEA Matthew Graham, and following behind him it is Birmingham C Ibrahim Yakub in 10th place. 11th place to Archie Hobson in the Warwick A kart, and 12th place to Michael Grebe in the Manchester A kart. Nottingham Trent A starting 13th with Aaron Pretty at the wheel, and it's Rory Hudson for Bournemouth A starting in 14th. Cambridge B starting in 15th with Edward England, and 16th is where Oxford should be but are not. So Loughborough B lined up in 17th, and Giulio Peroni is at the wheel with Charlie Lamb starting in 18th for Nottingham A. Oxford Brooks B starting 19th with Aidan Lear, and in 20th it is Oxford Brooks C, Lewis Bracewell. Nottingham Trent B are 21st with Edward McDade, and Gary Mangan starts for Huddersfield B in 22nd. Coventry B starting 23rd for Callum George, and it's Coventry D, Alistair Gregg in 24th. And then we have Loughborough A, James Mills in 25th. Sheffield A, Jack Willis starting in 26th. Kingston A, Andres Bedoya, and interview of the day, has to be said, starting in 27th. Warwick B starting 28th. Not David Macbeth, it's Matt Damer starting in 28th. Warwick B. Swansea A, 29th for Piotr Blazinski. Trinity B starting in 30th with Jeffrey Ellis. Newcastle B are 31st, Ollie Underwood. Oxford Brooks A are 32nd, Tom Gearney. Leeds A are in 33rd with Kieran Harrison. Manchester Met A are 34th, and Benjamin Boros is last and 35th for Birmingham A, although given that Oxford aren't here, add 1 to all of the grids, be up after them.
Thank you, James. There was a little spinner on that lap, who I'm not going to mention to save them a hit to their pride, so we might be a little bit longer rolling them here, who knows. Anyway, live.alphatime.co.uk/BUKC if you want to follow along in even greater detail. We will have a cheeky little timing tower off to your left, though. Uncharted territory for the BUKC in a very small way, in that we're doing a second sprint round of the day. Indeed, we are going round again. So usually, but at this point, we would be going into Enduros. The big story here, every weather thing that we have open here in the comms position says it's going to rain. In fact, is that really fine rain I can already see, or am I wishfully thinking?
I think, no, it is, definitely.
And it is scheduled to be with us for a while, potentially 2 hours, according to the last weather update I looked at. So if you're in the Rochester area right now, or Chatham, you're probably about to get wet or getting wet.
And we can tell it's rain. We had just had someone spin coming down. It must have been... Oh, you hate to see it in the modern game, but he's just spun coming down towards the Syme sweep.
Under the rules, technically, are they going around again? I
think they are. They're going around again.
Teams to look out for. By the way, there was some confusion over how people finished up for round 3. We are not the official scoring in the box here, but all I can say is that I did call one thing wrong, which is I think I said that it was Coventry A, Nottingham A, and Loughborough A in 3rd place from round 3. By our maths, not official at all, can't stress that enough, Brooks C just picked Loughborough A to the post and the podium on countback. So Brooks C had a 2nd, a 3rd and an 8th, and Loughborough A had a 2nd, a 4th and a 7th. So by will of that 3rd place, we think Brooks C have got it. But apparently there was confusion down on the podium as well. So the official results haven't been published yet, so we don't know. But that's what we think. But Leeds A wrapped up the clubmans as well, so well done to them.
Going around for one more time.
Teams that I'm interested to see here, James. Southampton come into this round on the back of some really good momentum.
Yep.
Their first couple of races didn't go too well. I think they got 21st and 29th in round 3, but their second races, they won both of them.
Exactly.
So can they carry that momentum? They've got one of their race winners in the form of Diego Martinez de Luca in this race. Can he take this one for them, although he's up against a different field, of course. But Coventry, I have to say, looked imperious once again this morning, so it really is going to be interesting to see, can anybody take the fight to them. I think we're going to be ready this time around, are we, mate?
I think we're going round
again.
Time. I think the weather conditions have perhaps played a part in this. I don't see a reason why anyway, any other reason why we wouldn't be. So we're just going to have... We haven't seen, to be fair, we have not seen this for a long time in Club 100 racing, multiple warm-up laps, because normally back in the old TKM days you could be going round for hours.
I can't say I've ever gone quite that long. I got close once at a race at Rye House where I think there were 8 full starts. But anyway, like, share, subscribe, please. Let's get the world talking about this fantastic series. Hashtag BUKC 2020. Hopefully we're going to be good for a start this time around.
Too fast. We're going again.
Okay, we're going to keep going here. But yeah, please do like, subscribe. If you're completely new to this, welcome to the BUKC. It's the British Universities Karting Championship, going around some of the UK's premier karting venues. We're in round 4 of 8 to be run now, although we also had a qualifiers round, which counts as a sort of round 0, if you like. It does count towards the championship score. So in all, there's 9 rounds effectively. And we're running in Club 100 Rotax Evo karts. If you're not familiar with Club 100, oh my goodness, you need to check them out. club100.co.uk to find out all about that machinery. It's not just the BUKC that they provide for. Absolutely not. They have their own set of championships. So whether you're a student or not, if you're looking at this and going, oh gosh, I'd like to have a go at that, club100.co.uk. It's what James and I do it. You know, we came up through the BUKC, got involved in it during university. We now race in the Club 100 Championships ourselves. I can't say I'm near the front, but I'm there. I'm very much there. Much like I was in the BUKC, to be honest. Always there.
Close but no banana, as the old saying goes.
Indeed. But, you know, it's absolutely fantastic, the range of experience and talent that people can take. Any level of experience you can get into Club 100 racing, so absolutely look out for that.
So we're still waiting for a race start
around
here.
again.
Yeah, we are. You can tell by the marshal stood by the as they come through the cut through hairpin 1 down towards sign sweep. I don't really know. I can't say for definite why we have not got a race start yet, but I can only assume it is because of the changing weather conditions.
I imagine there could potentially be a timing issue. In fact, is our timing updating in front of us? I'm not sure. It could be that we just need to rejig the timing system just to make sure that's all going. That's the usual cause of delays of this length.
We are going round once again, so that would make an awful lot more sense, because it would appear that the rain has stopped. I think we are, though, now good for a race start. It is going to be Michael Houghton leading them away on the right-hand side. We're going to wait for those red lights to turn green, and it is go here at Buckmore Park. Michael Houghton gets a brilliant start off the line. Sam Cobb running out to the outside in the Cambridge A kart, and it looks like so far it is Michael Houghton leading away, but no, it is Michael Houghton falling down to second place. Sam Cobb now leading. Differing lines will start to emerge as the rain falls down. So far we had a few people running wide out of turn 2, out of Henry's curve. Taking the wet line there is Sam Cobb and Michael Houghton. No, sorry, who is that? I'm not entirely sure who that is. It's the 20 of, who would that be? It's 20 of Aston A. It's Daniel Cohen. And I think we have a full start. Oh, there is a bit. We have a big incident down.
Do we have a full start?
We do have a full start.
Oh, yes, we do. Sorry, we do. I have to say, I was remarkably impressed by how clean the initial phase of that start was, given how long they'd been held. Very often, it's easy for all the hype, all the tension builds up, and then you see how it goes. And very often that can lead to a few incidents. There was an issue for Manchester A, I noticed, going out wide on the outside of turns 1 and 2. Michael Grebe clearly had some kind of an issue with his kart.
Daniel Cohen is absolutely fuming at this restart. He was up to second place. You can see him banging the steering wheel. He's not happy about this fact, but I think we do have some issue with the timing system. There's nothing else we can do. Even if that race had gone ahead, we wouldn't have been able to say one way or the other. Quite. Where it ended up finishing.
But it's always the way with a full start. There are those who had a killer start, there are those who had a terrible start, and it's frustration for one and redemption for the other, or at least relief for the other. So that's just the way it goes. Hopefully, though, he can take heart from having a good start there. So we'll go around it again, as that is the full start flag there, the green flag with the downward pointing yellow chevron. Think of it as green flag conditions going down to yellow again, if you like. That's how I always thought of it. Anyway, so Coventry A in their championship bid in rude health, it has to be said, taking yet another round victory this morning in round 3.
There's a problem with the transponders and running, according to Marshall. So we shall wait. We shall wait to see how long that problem could potentially take.
Yeah,
to
I mean, if
resolve itself.
If it's really bad, they may park them up at the moment. But this is a challenging situation for the drivers. Make no mistake about it. You really are. You know, some of the drivers will have booked a hotel and stopped overnight. Some of them will have done perhaps quite a lengthy drive this morning. They could have been up as early. It wasn't uncommon back when we were in the BUKC. It wasn't uncommon for either of us, I'm sure, mate, to have 4 a.m. starts to make sure you get to these rounds on time.
I never had a 4 a.m.
Did you never have a 4 a.m.?
That is quite obscene.
I had a 4 a.m. I distinctly remember going to Clay Pigeon and having a 4 a.m. start there. So either way, these drivers will have had all the build-up to this race, and it does look like we might be good for a start this round. Right, let's have another go at this. Michael Houghton for London South Bank, one of our debutant teams this year, and away they go. Great start from the pole side of the grid, and that's going to allow Exeter A's Rory Cuff to have a go early on to go up the inside and claim second place off of Sam Cobb. But Sam Cobb's done a brilliant job in the 14 Cambridge car of holding on to that one as they all weave file their way into hairpin 1 for the first time. It's still Houghton at the front. We've got someone off towards the back. A couple of cars. Quite a few, in fact. And if Michael Grebe didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all with starting this one. The number 2 Loughborough car is out there on the turf, off to driver's right coming out of hairpin 1, so they've not had a great start. There's clearly a lot of slipping sliding, and what I'm wondering here is, if it has been raining even at all, it's definitely not raining that heavily right now, but if there's been any rain at all, and Sam Cobb runs wide in paddock, and that's going to allow Rory Cuff surely up the inside. And Houghton goes wide, and that's allowed Rory Cuff in the extra A car. There's clearly no grip, slick tyres in the BUKC, of course, and now Sam Cobb is going to judge the conditions well. It's so slippery out there. Clearly it's been raining as they've been doing all the roll-up laps. They've had no warm-up laps to judge these conditions, James, and suddenly they're all having to find their way out there.
The good news is we have got live timing on the main feed. We don't have it on the Alpha timing. Never mind about that. But what we can tell you for now is that Cambridge A are leading from Exeter A. So Sam Cobb from Rory Cuff, and then Michael Houghton is in third place. So it's very interesting as we've got a spinner there.
And that's our winner from earlier on today. That is Diego Martinez of Southampton A, round at hairpin 1.
Safe, he got away safely there. There was nothing wrong with that at all. So we shall continue with our front three. Big shame there for Diego Martinez.
Definitely.
But yeah, it's just so interesting, these conditions. You don't know if you remember, Howard, but when we last raced here, Club 100, a couple of weeks ago, we had conditions very similar to this. Qualifying was an absolute night. Or it was in the second set as Michael Houghton gets second place back from Rory Cuff in the London South Bank team. It's obviously Rory Cuff racing for Exeter, and you just see there a classic example of how the line has changed. Not quite sure. That's the 55 of Uwe, and I believe
the 17 of racing? Is it really the 17 of Nottingham Trent? That's amazing.
I believe it was, but you just saw that. So I think we might have just seen a move for the lead there, Howard, from Michael Houghton on Sam Cobb. No, it's not. It's still Sam Cobb from Michael Houghton. But yeah, as I was saying, that move there from the 55 on the 17 of Nottingham Trent. You saw the 55 go down the inside, no grip whatsoever, and the Nottingham Trent driver is just able to pick up that place round the outside. Shows how different the lines are. And Sam Cobb and Michael Houghton showing exactly the same thing. Differing lines through hairpin 2. Sam Cobb going to the inside, the dry line. Michael Howard coming to the extreme outside for the wet line, and it looked pretty much even. So the line is very, very difficult to judge out there. Drivers showing immense skill at the moment to be able to keep it on the track and also to pick up places and going fast, as there is now a penalty for UEA.
Absolutely challenging conditions here. If you've never driven in wet conditions with slick tyres, then have a go. It's a lot of fun, but it can also be very frustrating to get used to. Expect horrendous understeer on corner entry, and then as soon as the kart bites, you can expect to be fighting a cheeky bit of oversteer as the back tries to get away from you. You can also see how they're going very wide of the curb now, trying to find the wet line. Now, that's because the karts conventionally run less over the wide part of the track, and it means that less rubber is laid down. That makes the surface more abrasive, and just like how on, say, a tool, you might have a bobbled surface to help you grip it if it's wet. If you go out on the more abrasive surface with slick tyres, you'll find more grip out there. So for certain corners, that can work out. That's why it's not necessarily a bad thing if you see them going out wide. They usually take a wide entry into Garda, but now they're going nice, making sure they're definitely going wide for this one.
I don't think it's raining too
I don't
much
think so
at
either.
the moment. So
I think it's coming back to them. We're still going in the 46s, it's worth saying. So the lap times... no, hang on. No, we're not.
No, live time.
That timing isn't working.
If you hadn't told me not to say it earlier, live timing's not working properly at the moment. So we don't have the actual lap times to hand. We have got positions as Michael Houghton taking a more inside line there versus Sam Cobb. And now Rory Cuff is going to have an opportunity. They're now taking a pretty much dry line through hairpin 2. Although having said that, both Michael Houghton and Rory Cuff running wide at hairpin 2. Potential track limits warning incoming, but we'll wait to see as we've got live timing back, people. Live timing has returned, and I can tell you that Huddersfield B have got a cone penalty.
We're not in the 46s, we're in the 56s. That's what timing is telling us now. So some 10 seconds off the regular pace, they definitely are having to take slightly different lines through there.
I've just seen something rather sad, I think it has to be said. Aston A, I mentioned at the first start, running in second place before it got called for a full start. Daniel Cohen now running last in 34th place in front of only the Club 100 test cars. That is, as you were saying, Howard, you can reap the benefits of a full start. You can also suffer massively, and that is unfortunately what happened there.
Absolutely. Penalty for Oxford Brookes A for overtaking on the yellows. Same for Newcastle B. One of the worst things you can do in some ways, because it shows you weren't obeying them. We're with Diego Martinez for Southampton A, who's on that recovery drive, having spun at hairpin 1, and he's doing very well as well, up in 13th place.
He was able to get it going again, which was the important thing. He didn't come to a complete stall, and obviously this is an old argument now, but this does show the difference between the TKMs from back in 2018 to the road taxes brought in last year. Obviously, if that had happened to Diego Martinez Lopez in the 2018, then that would have been his race completely over. But the road taxes give him the opportunity, as we see him here, overtaking what I believe must be the 30.
It's Newcastle B.
It's Newcastle
Ollie
B,
Underwood.
39. So he just getting that position back from Newcastle B then. But yeah, it shows that he is able to carry on racing, and his race is by no means over, as he's now right up to behind the Loughborough A car, who on this occasion is piloted by... It is James Mills.
Yeah. The Leeds A car have had a penalty for spinning under yellows, which is interesting, being as they're 8th, so that spin didn't lose them too much time. Our clubman victors from the round earlier today, but they will be docked a few positions come the end of this race. So James Mills has... Oh gosh, where's he gone for... Oh, so Diego Martinez has already got past James Mills as well in that Loughborough car. He's really a man on mission now. He's having a go at Bath B as well, which is Jamaria, Georgia.
Brilliant drive, absolutely brilliant driving here from Diego Martinez. It has to be said.
He's been driving really well so far today. At the front of this one, it's still pretty close. We shouldn't don't think that it's not close at the front as well, as there's another penalty being shown at least for Leeds A, but that's for the same offence. So I'm wondering not sure if that one is a repeat showing, as we look for... Here is the lead, and it's changed.
Exeter A, Rory Cuff now leading from Michael Houghton. So Sam Cobb has had an incident somewhere along the line.
Very unusual.
And he's also got the 55 of UEA very interested. And in fact, I believe UEA may very well have overtaken Sam Cobb now coming into hairpin 2, but Sam Cobb holding the inside line. The line obviously dry enough there where the inside line is not compromising, and so Sam Cobb holds on to third place.
It's Matthew Graham at the wheel of the UEA kart, and he was a driver who really impressed me back at PFI. Had a standout drive, as I recall, for University of West of England A. So interesting to see how he gets on here. Then in the back of the shot is Bournemouth A, another debutant team to the BUKC this year.
When I was watching the live stream at home, because I wasn't obviously at PFI, I have to say Rory Hudson was the standout driver for me that day, holding the lead in his first stint in the endurance race that day.
Yes.
And he didn't have a brilliant race this morning, but he seems to be coming alive, doing for Bournemouth what Michael Houghton's doing for London South Bank and carrying that team forward. And hopefully he will be getting involved in this fight. There's still squirming under braking are these karts, so the line definitely not dry. We're into what's the fastest lap of the race so far. We've got a 49 dead from the test kart, so take that with a slight pinch of salt. We don't know quite who was at the wheel for that one.
We also don't know what exciting bits and pieces they might be trying on the test kart.
Yes.
Is the other thing to bear in mind. So I think the best I can see is a 50 dead, which is Diego Martinez in that Southampton kart trying to work his way back up through the field. It's all actually closing up a bit at the front here. The Oxford Brooks A kart is bringing itself into the battle as well. Look out for the 7 at the back of your shots, and the number 9 of Nottingham A as well. It's Charlie Lamb in the Nottingham A kart, and Brooks A have got Tom Geeney at the wheel.
Sorry, Howard. I think it has begun to rain again. I can just see fine stuff coming down. I noticed some of the lines people were taking and the way the karts were reacting, and I think the rain has returned. So that's going to be the theme for this race, I feel. What the drivers can do with the rain, how thick does the rain become. Michael Houghton there taking the extreme wide line, and you can see it on the camera now.
Wow.
It is beginning to absolutely bucket down as Rory Hudson now overtakes the UEA kart, which is piloted by Matthew Graham. Of course it is. And now this is going to get very interesting indeed for back markers, because these guys at the front are going to be massively experienced. But you see there, the 29 and the 44, definitely not experienced, as Sam Cobb, it looks like, might have just forced Rory Hudson off the track. Rory Hudson dives down past the back markers. Hudson now up into third place, doing brilliantly well in these challenging conditions. But yeah, the back markers, inexperienced to Club 100 racing, inexperienced to driving wet on slick tyres, are now going to find themselves struggling massively. It's drivers like Michael Houghton, Rory Hudson. In fact, Rory Hudson now diving down the inside of that back marker, and it is now a firm battle between the lead cars. That's going to be negated as there'll be a yellow flag out for that spinner there. And Hudson has dived down the inside. That is an interesting manoeuvre. If there weren't yellow flags, we can't see from our angle, as Newcastle B pick up a penalty for track limits. But at the moment, it remains Michael Houghton from Rory Hudson.
You could see the drive there that Houghton got around the outside of hairpin 1 as well. That's the risk and reward you get with the wet. If you go out wide, then there's less runoff, and he's done it. And down goes. But will he be able to hold it? Is the case? I think he will. Rory Hudson down the inside of Simon Sweet would very rarely say that in the dry, but in the wet he was just able to judge it, and that was Houghton. That was Michael Houghton trying to go the wide line. He's got it back again. He's trying to get the wide line through Symes to try and get the grip, and it didn't pay off, but it did pay off for him through paddock, and that gave him the drive to get back past Rory Hudson. And now Sam Cobb is going to have a go at Rory Hudson. Was there a touch there, and a back marker's gone round? Now, was that unforced and just coincidental, or was there contact there? This is very you've talked about the back markers, mate. This is really challenging conditions, to be honest, for any driver out there, even these experienced guys, to read the conditions correctly. And you're allowed really simple things, like you're allowed a tinted visor. Sometimes a tinted visor makes it harder to judge the amount of rain that's coming down, and you misjudge it. Little things like that can make all the difference. As Sam Cobb is going to try the move, but look here at will Hudson get the drive? He'll surely get drive off the corner there, and he's able to challenge. Sam Cobb's got it. He turns in. There's contact, but there you go. Hudson's still able to get it back, and although there was contact there, I think that was firm but fair because he had the drive off of the corner, and you saw there Hudson went almost into the next county at hairpin 2, but still had good drive off the corner.
That just goes to show exactly what I was saying earlier, the differing lines that Sam Cobb's going to... Oh, there is definite contact. This is going to... I don't think this is going to end well, this battle between Sam Cobb and Rory Hudson. Cobb running properly wide out of Garda through the centre chicane. I think Cobb is now actually in front of Rory Hudson. He certainly looked it, and yes, he is. So that extreme wide line through centre, they're still side by side. It's fantastic to watch. The contact is certainly questionable, but so far no penalties coming through whatsoever, no warnings whatsoever. So it's still clean racing as far as the stewards are concerned, which is good to see.
Oh,
and Rory Hudson has
really wide.
He's got his braking wrong there, and Cobb should be able to just pick the place up, but he hasn't.
Yeah, he's not going to have the grip coming off of this guy. This is the super extreme wet line, folks. Should just say, by the way, there's a spinner in front of them. Should just say as well, if you're wondering where Exeter A are in all of this, they're leading the race. A couple of laps ago, Rory Cuff put in a lap time that was 2.5 seconds faster than these guys we're watching right now, and it means that he's now got a gap of 5.3 seconds. There he is. He's just reading these conditions beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the 55 round. That's UE. That's UE A.
That's Matthew Graham
round.
Disappointment for him. He was driving so well. Hopefully he can get back up the field, as there's a moment there, as well as Sam Cobb goes past. I think that might have been the 54 of Birmingham C that we saw there, but managed to keep it going. Let's call that no harm, no foul, I guess.
All this is doing good wonders for Michael Houghton in his pursuit of second place. The big battle. The battle is just calmed down a little bit as UEA get a penalty, spinning under yellows.
So there was a yellow flag out at paddock, presumably, where we just saw the spin.
Now Rory Hudson now back in his pursuit of Sam Cobb, going out to that other county we mentioned earlier. What is the drive like out of hairpin 2? It's good, it's better, and I think Sam Cobb has taken that risk one time too many through hairpin 2. I think he needs to... That move might make him consider taking a new line through hairpin 2. Michael Houghton there just sliding his car through Pullman's, hanging on to it quite well. A little bit of maybe track limits there.
They've got to be careful.
Oxford Brook C car. And actually, we can't discount Oxford Brook C because they've been having a relatively decent day. And who is in the Oxford Brook C team at the moment? It's Lewis Bracewell.
Yeah,
so we're going to keep
driver for them
as
penalty.
Yeah.
For Southampton A, that's Diego Martinez on his recovery drive. It's for track limits. So that's going to be a couple of positions he's docked come the end of this one. He got himself up into the top 10. Not a race ender, but he is going to lose a few. What is a bit of a race ender, though, is Loughborough B, who got a black flag about a minute ago for taking out another competitor. I'm sure a bit of leniency for these things given. As we're looking, this is Nottingham A versus Brooks C. So that's Lewis Bracewell, who's just got through there.
Against Charlie Lamb.
Yeah,
so Charlie Lamb, one of the contenders for a race victory in a previous race, now fighting with Lewis Bracewell for 5th and 6th place. I believe they've got someone else is very interested in behind as... Sam Cobb is now back in front of Rory Hudson. Not quite sure where that's happened, but it has to be said Sam Cobb now gaining on Michael Houghton for 2nd place.
The car that's chasing him, by the way, is the 34 of Leeds A with Kieran Harrison at the wheel. I feel like we've seen a penalty for Leeds A, though, as we see that's Bracewell still holding off Charlie Lamb. I think the reason we're perhaps seeing Sam Cobb, get back, and indeed this battle going on as well, is if you take the normal defensive line into the hairpins, you're on the wrong line. Even more so than when you just go to the inside. You can sort of deal with it in the drive, but in this, the drive off the corners is so different when you take the wide line. Here we'll see again, Charlie Lamb's going to try up the inside, but look out for Bracewell having the brilliant drive off the corner off the outside. There we go.
But now Bracewell is going to be on the inside line for hairpin 2, the less favourable line, and as we see there, Charlie Lamb getting brilliant drive outside line through hairpin 2, and the position is now his once again. And we do have Kieran Harrison very interested in the back, but I'm pretty sure as Sam Cobb has now overtaken Michael Houghton whilst we're watching the battle 5th place, as we have a spinner going round there. Sam Cobb has now got past back into 2nd place, and Michael Houghton's pace seemingly dropping off. On that last lap, he was almost a second slower than Sam Cobb, and now Rory Hudson going to be getting in the act as well. That has to be said, Hudson and Houghton lapping very similarly, but on track, You can see now Hudson in the finally we have a proper battle between Bournemouth and London South Bank, and there we go. Rory Hudson down the inside of Michael Houghton for Bournemouth on London South Bank A. Never said it before in the BUKC mains, but it is now Bournemouth from London South Bank, because we have another spinner there. And was that Michael Houghton just overtaking the 49 of Trinity B under yellow flags? We will have to wait and see. I think there might be. I've seen a few little instances like that as Rory Hudson gets the position back. So I don't think there'll be any action taken from the stewards on that one. But it is still something worth bearing in mind. Seeing a lot of drivers getting penalties for overtaking under yellows, spinning under yellows. Got to make sure that you still abide within the rules, gentlemen.
It was the 49 of Trinity B who was the spinner. They're now back underway again. They were running in 25th, but they had a bit of a gap back to the next kart back, which was which was Nottingham Trent B. So I think they'll have been able to hold position as we've got here. The battle continues between Charlie Lamb.
Charlie Lamb's now involved in the mix.
Michael Houghton. So they've been able to catch up onto the back of Houghton in the London South Bank kart, and now Charlie Lamb has picked off Rory Hudson in that Bournemouth A kart, as there's a penalty for London South Bank. ABC bump and pass, that's going to be expensive. That is for the man on your screen now with the black helmet and the green racing stripes. That is a penalty of 4 places to wherever he finishes this one, as behind him Charlie Lamb and Rory Hudson continue to negotiate over 4th place. It's going to be Hudson, who again has the widest line in Kent. Here, he's going to try around the outside of the exit this time. Can he make that stick? He's going to have had poor drive on the curbs, though, having taken that even wider line, and I think that means that Charlie Lamb holds onto it, but he's really keen to have a go into Sime Sweep and gets the job done.
Beautiful.
Nice little move there. I mean, there was a bit of a love tap there on the back, but on the whole, that was really good stuff.
Sorry, Howard, I just noticed the Manchester Met A kart going through with a basically collapsed front wing, as Rory Hudson now back in front of Charlie Lamb. So we're going to have to see what happens there with the Manchester Met A kart. You might get
running last on the road, so there's clearly some drama has befallen their race. We've got just over 5 minutes to go, or just under 6 minutes to go, perhaps is more accurate. Exeter A's Rory Cuff leads this race by 5 seconds. He's not, pulling out the gaps that we saw earlier on, but he is still doing everything he needs to do to control this one.
Charlie Lamb now back in front of Rory Hudson in this ever-changing grid order. Michael Houghton still in 3rd place as we have another spinner down there, and Rory Hudson has now overtaken Charlie Lamb once again. Again, we will see what happens with the whole overtake under the yellow flag situation. But Michael Houghton with that 4th place penalty bump and pass. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for it. I think there might have been a bird in the way or something of sort there for Michael Houghton.
Quite possibly.
Quite possibly. If you know, you know.
If you know what we just meant, yes.
Yeah.
So there is Sam Cobb in the Cambridge A kart. He's in 2nd. Your 3rd place man is in the 100 kart there, but he has a penalty to be applied, which means this is the battle over 3rd place net. Charlie Lamb down the inside, but Rory Hudson of the Bournemouth A team in the 92 car is going to have good drive up the hill here, as behind them the likes of Lewis Bracewell and Kieran Harrison of Leeds A battle away over 6th place.
These guys fighting behind Michael Houghton have got to be careful they don't take each other out and don't cost each other too much time, because if they do, they will not benefit from the 4th place penalty that is coming the way of Michael Houghton. They will probably not know that is what's happened, but they still need to make sure that they're racing properly, as Charlie Lamb gets a little bit unsettled, and Rory's gone to the extreme
too wide
inside.
He went too wide on the exit. He actually ended up on the grass. And then had to bring it back in to have the inside for hairpin 2.
He did indeed.
And again, he's really strong out the S, isn't he? He just knows the line to take to give him good drive down the hill. Charlie Lamb's going to spin out, not spin out, excuse me, but just drift out wide there, and it allows Rory Hudson through again. This time Rory Hudson goes very wide, and he's going to hit a cone.
That's got to be a penalty, surely.
We'll see how that one's viewed. I don't know. It depends how lenient they're being in these conditions, but yeah, definitely we all saw it. He definitely made contact with that bollard, which would usually denote a cone penalty was due. Exeter A lead, Cambridge A. Hey, look at this. Cambridge A. Sam Cobb has really closed down the gap. It's down to 2 seconds now. He took 1.1 seconds out of Rory Cuff on the last lap. We have to keep an eye on the flame helmet there of Sam Cobb, because he is really going at a new liquor pace here relative to Rory Cuff, as there's a spinner there in hairpin 2, worryingly close to our leader, actually. I don't think there was contact. But Rory needs to be careful.
I think what's happened in those few laps is that Rory Cuff has come across traffic.
True.
And has ended up getting slowed down. So Sam Cobb, again, as we mentioned before, very experienced driver, one of the most experienced on this grid. He knows exactly what he's doing. Raced against him in BUKC Grands last year. Very good driver in the wet. He's there's a back marker, I think that's the 33 of Loughborough C, trying to overtake Sam Cobb, and Cobb's having none of it, and that might just be enough for Rory Cuff, that Sam Cobb's now been distracted by the 33, that he might just be let off in these remaining minutes. There's just under now 2.5 minutes to go, so he should get another 2 or 3 laps in, the gap up to 1.4 seconds. But we will just have to wait and see.
It would be remiss of us not to give a shout out to those who've come from a very, very long way back in this race. Leeds A currently running 7th. Yes, I believe they have a penalty to be applied, but Kieran Harrison has come from pretty much the very back. Tom Geeney in the Brooks A kart, the number 7, has come from pretty much the very back. The Birmingham A kart with Benjamin Boras at the wheel has come from pretty much, actually the very back, running in 11th place. So there have been some amazing drives up through the field in this one for several karts. The conditions lending themselves to that, of course, but all eyes now are on, can Sam Cobb continue to close the gap on Rory Cuff? There's Rory Cuff in the number 5.
Wiping his visor there.
He's about to put a lap on the Brooks B kart, the number 3, which is something that we don't see all too often. There is Sam Cobb, though, the black helmet with the flames on it, formerly of Warwick. But
Sorry.
now racing for Cambridge. Yes.
So completely, as you mentioned, speaking of Warwick, who's right behind him is Alistair Irvine, so the former 2 members of Warwick.
It's like a flashback.
It's exactly like a flashback. And whilst obviously Irvine is doing the Club 100 test car today, it's nice to see those 2 iconic helmets in the BUKC still going around. This is the penultimate lap for sure, so we're going to get one more lap in. The gap remains at, it's 1 second between. Cobb just getting a little bit too close for comfort there.
Yeah. He saw the leader and then suddenly went, right, that's element of surprise, but the inside line at hairpin 2 works just as poorly as it has done all race long.
He's been a big champion of that line during this race. He's not got any back markers now between him, and I think he's just taken a very good line.
Yeah, I don't think Cuff is aware of how close this is. Here it is, side by side out of paddock. Does Cuff even know how significant this is? They're both going to take the wide line through Garda. They're still going to want to sort of apex late. That was a decent line from Cuff, provided he gets good drive through Senna and up the hill. But this is interesting stuff, and they've actually got 2 very fast rear gunners in the form of Brooks B's Aidan Lee, and indeed that's that Club 100 test car. We're on to the last lap of the race then. Rory Cuff leads and has done since the very start, but Sam Cobb has had an amazing drive through the last few moments, reading the conditions. He's going to take the wide line into hairpin 1. That'll give him some nice drive off of this corner. Rory Cuff has a quick look over his shoulder. He's got to be careful here. They're both going to go wide into hairpin 2. You can see Sam Cobb is trying to close, but Rory Cuff took a really nice line through hairpin 2. That'll give him good drive through the S's. How are they through here? Slipping and sliding, but Sam Cobb has got a good line there. How is he through Syme Sweep? He could be on here at the bottom of the hill. Through Pullmans they're going to go. This is where we've got some re-profiled curbs here. Wonder what the grip's like on those. Round the outside of paddock will go Sam Cobb. He's going to have good drive off the corner. He's going to have a run up into Garda, and he's got it done before they even get to the corner. He's taken a tight line though. Can Rory Cuff get good drive off the corner? I don't think it's going to be enough. Sam Cobb is going to have taken this one on the last lap for Cambridge. He's just got to guide it through Cafe Corner now onto the Sisley Straight, and he's going to come across the line to take a win for Cambridge A. What a drive in certainly the latter half of that race. He just closed a 5-second gap to Rory Cuff. At one point, Cuff was 2.5 seconds faster than the Cambridge A car, and that was Sam Cobb's win. We've got London South Bank finished 3rd, but they have a penalty to be applied, so it's Nottingham A who we believe will take 4th place, so that's good stuff for Charlie Lamb. That must have meant something happened towards the end for Rory Hudson in the Bournemouth car. Leeds A finished 5th on the road, but we think they have got a penalty to be applied actually, so Southampton A, I think are net going to be a 4th place there. Brooks C with a good drive, UEA with a penalty to be applied as well, I think, but still a decent drive from Matthew Graham. Rory Hudson, I think, will benefit from a few penalties as well in that Bournemouth car, and Brooks A round out your provisional top 10.
I don't think
Sorry, mate.
Sorry, no, I don't think obviously Rory Hudson featured predominantly in that race, but I think something's happened to him in those final races. I don't think he's going to benefit from any penalties. If it were me, because obviously we've got the London
right.
South Bank +4 down to 7th. Southampton A have got a penalty down to the 8th.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Rory Hudson driving very well, but also very aggressively, that might have ended up costing him.
Yeah, well, what a finish to that one it was. These slippery conditions are going to provide us with some very... I can see a slightly dejected-looking Diego Martinez walking away from his car. That obviously didn't go quite as well. He finished 6th now on the road, which will be perhaps upped a bit, although I think he accrued a penalty as well, didn't he? So a fair few penalties to be applied. It wasn't obviously the win that he got earlier on. But these slippery conditions are going to provide us with some very interesting racing throughout the afternoon. In our first ever time running 2 sprint rounds on the same race meeting within the BUKC mains at least, I think we're looking to go down to Jacob with our race winner, if at all possible.
Not yet.
We'll wait until we've got a link with the camera.
Whilst we're waiting for that, I've just seen Rory Hudson and I think it's Jamie Lamb or Charlie Lamb. I don't think Rory Hudson's happy at all with something that Charlie Lamb's done, or something has happened there. But Rory Hudson looking very dejected, not quite happy. But
yeah,
this is his first year in the BUKC, to my knowledge, and he might come from a certain other style of racing. It's something he might have to. It could be something he might have to get used to. There's nothing on race control, so we have to assume that it was just close racing in slippery, difficult conditions, which is what happens, really, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. And you may have drivers here who, from owner kart racing, used to wet weather, wet tyres and stuff like that. Who knows? I'm not calling it either way. But that's something to bear in mind. But it makes for some highly entertaining racing, and that was a lot of fun there. So that is the first of 6 races that we have this afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us for round 4 of the 2020 British Universities Karting Championship. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and James Johnston of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position for you here in the wonderful Buckmore Park Clubhouse.
Just wanted to give a shout out as well on behalf of Double Dash Motorsport Media to Amar Gum King, a new like. Thank you very much, sir, for liking the page. If you want to join Amar in getting a shout out and getting involved in a fantastic commentary service for motorsport, please be sure to head over to Double Dash Motorsport Media, give us a like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz.
We're also we're on Twitter at Double Dash MM, and we're also on Instagram at Double Dash MM. I think I don't do the Instagram. I'm sorry, it's the one social media that I haven't got onto yet. But we are on there, so check us out. We do update it. When I say we're not with it, we as a group are with it. So check us out on there. But failing all else, double-mm.com.
And if you would like further karting content, do please be sure to head over to Rich T Racing, where we have migrated over from doing sort of the Formula 1 type stuff, and we now are pretty much dedicated karting channel. We've got a track guide we've got 2 track guides actually for Buckmore Park. One's a very quick one. One is a more in-depth one, trying to show someone how to go half a second faster around this track, and I'm happy to say that the results were proven, so that is 2 very good videos for you to go and check out. But yeah, we are competing against each other, DDMM, Barnstormers and Rich T Racing in the Club 100 Endurance Championship, and we will be bringing you live coverage, or not live coverage, but videos on that for the rest of the season.
I'm going to do the last bit of shout out as well. We are, of course, bringing you this live stream by working alongside our partners at Alpha Live, who are responsible for all the fantastic camera work that you're seeing. Oh my goodness, if you're not subscribed to them or liking them on Facebook, where have you been? Give them a like, give them a subscribe. The list of stuff that they have, that they're covering, already confirmed for 2020 is ludicrous. They are covering the Motorsport UK British Championships for the whole season, the Super 1 Bambino Kart Championship for the whole season, the Wilton Mill Kart Club for the whole season, also the whole season of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprints, the Daniel Ricciardo Series. I can't finish the list because we're ready to go down to Jacob, but just give him a like.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Like every page on Facebook if you can. Everyone needs your support. Sam Cobb is with me, who won that race. Sam, I've just said this to you. You've been in BUKC a while now, but that surely is one of your best drives.
Yeah, I loved it. That was a really good race. I felt good. Didn't feel hard. It was just, probably that's why it was all right. It was easy and smooth, and it just came together at the end. Yeah, a bit close last lap, but came together, so we can't complain.
The speed at which you caught Rory Cuff there towards the end, was the track getting wetter?
It was getting a bit slipperier, but it was just consistent. I think we were all learning. We were all finding what worked, so I'd figured a few things out within the traffic, and then when I actually got some clear air, came together and pulled him in.
And this must be, what, your 20th time at Buckmore in the wet or something like that, so surely that experience came into play there.
Well, Buckmore's always wet, well, nearly always wet, and we've been doing it so many years. Well, I've been doing so many years, yeah. I've been here a lot in the wet, and it's a weird track in the wet, so all the little tips and tricks really come into their own. Experience counts.
Sam, congratulations, a thoroughly deserved race win.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Sam Cobb there of now Cambridge University, picking up what I think is the best win he's ever had. It's certainly the first sprint race I can remember him winning in a while. We're going to try and grab someone for a chat. In fact, let's just dive straight in here at the number 60 car. Who have we got here?
Edward Boswell for Warwick C. Warwick C.
Warwick C.
Yeah.
Warwick brought us cake today, so we're going to stay here and have a quick chat. We're very, very happy with the return of the cake. No homemade stuff this round, though.
No, just the bought stuff.
The bakers graduated, is that it?
Yeah, last year, so not so good bakers now in the team.
Is there any chance of reviving the Warwick baking live stream, perhaps for GYGL finals?
Maybe, we might give it a go. I think we need some practice though.
As I seem to remember, you weren't very good when you first did the live stream, so maybe that's the secret to it, it's just beginner's luck.
Yeah, maybe, that's true. We'll give it a go next time.
Back to the racing anyway, it's getting thoroughly wet. How do you feel about that?
I'll just give it my best shot, not much practice in the wet yet, but we'll see how it goes.
Do you need any tips or anything?
No, it's okay.
That's good, because I'm not the right man to give you them. Thanks for chatting with us. Have a good race. Okay, let's shuffle a bit further back and let's talk to the number 19.
Or just getting interviewed.
Who have we got here?
Callum Porter.
Callum, we haven't had a chat to you yet. How's it going?
It was alright, got in an incident at the start of the first race, but up for the wet now.
Of course, a good morning for yourselves, which you found out belatedly. I owe you some medals and trophies, don't I?
Not for me.
Not you, is it? That's the C team. I always get confused between your teams. You're D, are you?
Yeah.
How's the D team's day going?
Not the best. We started good, but we had didn't have the best results throughout the rest of the morning, but new round now.
Are you good in the rain?
I can use my height sometimes quite well in the rain, so let's see what we can do.
So you leaning over those front wheels, will we?
My head will probably be on that front wheel through the hairpins.
Like that a lot. All right, I look forward to that and maybe speak to you after.
Hopefully.
Callum Porter there of Oxford Brookes D. Right, they are getting going with this, the first of the heavyweights races in round 4 of the UKC 2020. A few hands in the air for engines not starting, but I'm sure they'll be underway very, very quickly. And talking you through it once more will be Howard Mitchell and James Johnson.
Welcome back to Buckmore Park here with BUKC. We are heading into race 2 for round 4, the first of the heavyweight races, and we're going to be taking you through a grid lineup. So on pole position, winner of last year's heavyweight championship, we have Harry Farnhill for the Trinity A car. Loughborough D starting in second place. They're ineligible. We're not worried by them. Loughborough B, however, we are worried by because they've got Sam Dickens at the helm with Cambridge B, Dominic Cousins alongside them in 4th. Oxford aren't here, so we're not going to worry about them. So in 5th place, we have Mark Cuthbert, and then in 6th place, it is Jack Hodges. In 7th place, we have Jarvis Devon for the Exeter B kart, and in 8th place, it is Nottingham A, Stefan Kessler. In 9th place, it is Brighton A, Nathaniel Gollin, and in 10th place for Aston A, it is Jamil Sheikh Mahmood. In 11th place for Bath B, it is Ewan Clements, and in 12th place for Warwick C, it is Edward Boswell. 13th place goes to George Watson, and in 14th, it is George Salthouse of Loughborough C. 15th place goes to winner of one of the races from earlier, Pascal Pook, for the Southampton A team, and in 16th place it is UEA Kieran Woodhouse. 17th place to Queen Mary A, Robbie Thiagaraja in there for Queen Mary A, and in 18th place it is Ben Allenden for Newcastle A. 19th place to Bath A and James Bumay, and in 20th place it is Callum Porter for the Oxford Brooks D car. 21st place goes to Swansea A and Jeremy Todd, with Andrew Hunt in the Kingston A car starting in 22nd place. 24th goes to Brighton B and Ryan Denny, and in 24th place it is Manchester Met A and Bradley Caps Jenner at the helm. 25th place goes to Oxford Brooks A with David Haynes, and in 26th place it is Newcastle B and Abaddon Fleming. 27th place to Nottingham Trent B, that is Lucas Gross, and in 28th place it is Birmingham B, Ethan Herford. 29th place to Imperial A, Louis Martin, and in 30th place it is Leeds B, Daniel Gilbert. In 31st place we have De Montfort B, Adam Hopton, and as we get to the end of this grid, in 32nd place we have Ryan Williams for Coventry A, Jordan Mitchell for Sheffield A just alongside him in 33rd, and rounding off the grid in 34th it is Pavlo Denisenko for Coventry B. So we're getting ready to go with this race. Hopefully we won't see the timing issues that we had on the last one that caused a lengthy wait for the start of the race. Looks like that is not what's going to happen, so they're going to come through to do one rolling lap, hopefully, maybe two, as they get themselves all sorted out. So whilst we wait for them to do that, I can talk you through a little bit more this grid. Obviously we have a couple of drivers from this morning who were involved in some seriously good storms up through the grid. Ryan Williams being one of them in the number one car. He came through to finish in the podium places in his race earlier in the day, having started low down. Also can't rule out Pascal Pook, winner of his race. I think it was either race 5 or race 6. And we're also going to be looking out for Andrew Hunt in the Kingston A car, who put up a fantastic display in his race. He started on pole and finished within that top 5, having a decent scrap with the Premier teams around him. Going to have a look for Pushcart Johnny, see if we are good for a race start, but judging how fast they're going, I would suggest otherwise. So we'll have a further look through this grid, see if there are any names as well we can look out for. Pavlo Denisenko started from the back. He is definitely one to look out for, see what he can do from the back. Obviously, starting in wet conditions, there are going to be spins, there are going to be drivers who are not used to these conditions, there are going to be opportunities for drivers coming from the back to pick up a serious amount of places in not too much short a time. I can, for example, notice that coming out of Garda through the Central Chicane, there is a beautiful dry line appearing on the outside. That line, if you're listening to this and you're out in the next race, I would strongly suggest following that around. You might think I have no idea what I'm talking about. I have been coming here for 9 years, it has to be said. So I'd like to think I know sort of what I'm talking about. But it looks like Pushcart Johnny is giving the signal that we are ready for a race start. Howard will be joining me in a moment after he's done sorting out some admin bits. He's here. He's
Hello,
here.
It's all good.
He's not taking the start for me on this one, because we are ready for a race start and we are away. Harry Farnhill leading them away. He has got a good start. A bit of shaking under braking heading through turn 1. A couple of people hitting the barriers there, and it looks like we might have a few spinners. A couple of people running out wide. Brighton A involved in that. They've got a contact warning for there. We've got 2 carts round. We've got a big pile, biggest pile of the day involved in that. I can see the Swansea A cart of Jeremy Todd, but yeah, number of carts involved
Aston
in
A
there.
as well.
Aston A involved. Thank you, Howard. But it looks like we saw there was a green flag after hairpin won that instant, so it looks like we are all good for this race to carry on. But a chaotic start there, as it could be expected for the first properly wet start of this race. Harry Farnhill with a very commanding lead at the moment from the ineligible Loughborough D, so it's all looking very good for him at the moment as we come up to Garda through Pat, and they are about 7 abreast coming up through from paddock into Garda. And I can't quite believe I'm going to say this, but having started 32nd, Ryan Williams is now 4th. Ryan Williams has climbed up to 4th place. He might have just been pipped for 5th. No, okay, he's down to 5th now, possibly 6th, but the man was 32nd, and he's now 6th. How that works, I have absolutely no idea, but it is beautiful to see, and he's still fighting now. Who is that? He's fighting with the number 9 of Nottingham A. Now, who have we got in there for them? It is Stefan Kessler, and so he is staying behind them for the moment, but he's also got a fight. He's going to go down the inside on Stefan Kessler, but he has lost out to the 24. Who is that? That is the Newcastle A kart. And
so that's Ben Allenden on that one in the Newcastle A kart, who's also had a really good start.
And now Ryan Williams going down the inside out of Pullman's. The next car after that is Newcastle B.
Ryan Williams did really well to get the drive and avoid those bollards then, I have to say. And he's taking Coventry B with him, isn't he? I mean, this is the thing. Like, they have to capitalise. In order to, be a really strong team in this championship, you have to not only convert your, starts near the front. We use random grids here, so you not only need to convert your starts near the front into a good result, but they start from the back as well, and that is exactly what Ryan Williams is doing here. If you're wondering lap times wise, the fastest lap of the race is that 108.9 that has been set by Harry Farnhill, who still leads here as Coventry B and Coventry A trip over themselves a little bit there.
It's a little bit naughty there from the B team. I know he'll probably want to have a decent race with Mr. Williams.
Oh, he's
come through from the back. It's Denisenko, isn't it?
Pavlo Denisenko has had... he's not Banana Man anymore. He's put a rain suit
on. He's not the Banana Man
but
anymore.
He has come from the back, so maybe he has eaten a banana
and
gained superpowers.
We've put commentator skills on a number of people today. We don't want to do banana today. If he spins now, we're going to help.
Behind them, Exeter B, though, have come to the fore. Here they are challenging the number 9 of Nottingham A. So they are working their way up nicely as well. That is Jarvis Devon, who's had some fantastic drives both this season and last for them. So he's reading these conditions brilliantly to get Exeter B up the
He's going to have a go on Pablo Denisenko going through Conways. We'll look for them coming out of Henry's turn as Leeds B have got a penalty. There goes Ryan Williams, and it is now the Exeter B kart in front of Pablo Denisenko. Let me just remind myself of the name of this person. It's Jarvis Devon. So Jarvis Devon now in front of Pablo Denisenko in the Exeter B kart. He is now chasing down Ryan Williams, who is in turn chasing down Newcastle B.
Yeah, absolutely. So Harry Farnhill leads by some 2.7 seconds from that's Loughborough D. I'm just going to double check whether we don't care about Loughborough D for this one, do we? They're not eligible. So Newcastle B are the next ones to pay attention to in the 39 kart. And then it's Coventry A and Coventry B working their way up the order, both from towards the back of the grid, as they're now challenging the Newcastle B kart, aren't they? So Newcastle B coming under pressure here from Ryan Williams.
Adam Fleming in the Newcastle B kart. Looks like Ryan Williams is going to be sending this down the inside. He's done it almost before the braking zone, but Adam Fleming fighting back down the inside, but he's just going to slide out through Henry's corner, and Ryan Williams now taking 3rd place. I will say again, 32nd on the grid, but it should be pointed out, didn't give him enough credit for it just then. Pablo Denisenko going from 34th and last. He is now running in 6th place. So both Coventry teams, both of them, doing fantastically in these opening. We've only just ticked over 5 minutes into this race, and both that is the Swansea A car of Jeremy Todd, spun in the middle of Conways. He's furious with himself as he drove off, and that is a shame for them.
Henry's Bend, particularly slippery if you go on the inside, and that's what didn't pay off there for Newcastle B then, and that's what allowed Ryan Williams to get the switchback out of there. So he continues to make progress up through the field. But Adam Fleming's still having a really good drive here. Have we mentioned that he came from 26th on the grid? So this isn't too shabby from him either. All of these drivers have worked their way up brilliantly, read the conditions. You can often get these opportunities as Ryan Williams sets a new fastest lap of the race at 106.288. That's going to put him right onto the back of the Loughborough D kart to take 2nd on the road.
He's going about 1.6 seconds a lap faster than your leader Harry Farnhill in the Trinity A kart. So he's only 4.6 seconds. I think he's 4.6 seconds behind Harry Farnhill. So expect to see that gap cut down massively very, very soon. In fact, I think he is now into second place, having overtaken the ineligible Loughborough D kart. Just mentioning, we saw earlier that spin for Swansea A. They were involved in the spin at the start, and they were running up in 19th place, but now falling down to 30 seconds. That was a very costly spin for them indeed. Now just in front of Aston A. So where are we now? Looking out through the window, Ryan Williams is just going to cross the line. He is 4.2. It's still a gap of 4.4 seconds. So Harry Farnhill keeping the gap relatively decent for the moment, but given his rapid rate of improvement through this race, this is the lap for Ryan Williams. This is where we're going to properly see what kind of pace he's doing. He's taking a fantastic line there through hairpin 2. That is the line I would personally recommend again. 9 years Buckmore Park. I do know what I'm talking about. So yeah. Anyway, Harry Farnhill's round. Harry Farnhill spun. Harry Farnhill the leader, and he's keeping it in front just for the moment. But coming from paddock, he's fourth.
This is it, mate.
Yeah.
On your screens right now, side by side for the lead. And Farnhill has been able to gather himself back up. How has he managed to do that? That was brilliant. But now the gap is, well, it's not 4.5 seconds anymore. That is right there. Ryan Williams now is going to be all over the back of Farnhill. Can Farnhill get immediately back on the pace? Because after having a spin, that can be a big hit to one's confidence. So he's got, and it was on the new curbing on the inside of Pullman's that he spun as well. So I wonder if there was just I wonder if that was a factor. But he did seem to be taking a lot of curb anyway. And
it has to be said as well, all this has brought Jarvis Devon into the mix as well, because we can't forget about him. He's done a brilliant job. He started from 7th place, I think he had a little bit of an incident, but has recovered well and is now in the contention for the lead of this race, and has actually in the process of trying to overtake Ryan Williams. He hasn't quite been able to manage there, but he's getting closer compared to where he was just a lap ago. We're going to see now through Pullman's. Right, Harry Farnhill staying away from the curb on that occasion.
This time around, yes.
And what we missed in the pandemonium was that Harry Farnhill did force Ryan Williams quite significantly wide at paddock as Jarvis Devon trying to move down the inside on Ryan Williams, but it's just not quite working out. The inside line at Garda is not the best. You want to take the outside line. The trick in the wet here at Buckmore Park is that the outside line is superior, as we're now going to get a replay of the spin for Harry Farnhill. So you can see here, it's not even on the curb. It's just as it turns in. He just takes a little bit too much speed through Pullman's, and that just forces the back end to come round, as Jarvis Devon has now overtaken Ryan Williams. So Ryan Williams, whose eyes would have lit up as soon as he saw that spin for Harry Farnhill, then getting forced round wide, now finds himself in 3rd place. But please remember that Ryan Williams 32nd at the start of this race. So even if he's not leading at the moment, he's still done absolutely brilliantly from the start.
Harry Farnhill's done a brilliant job of gathering himself up and holding on to this one for now. He's actually got the gap out again. Absolutely. He's not done a brilliant job because he's got extra beer ahead of it. Sorry, I just had a brain fade. I just went back 2 laps. Why not? Okay, here we go, battling all 3 of them out of centre. We've put another penny in the meter, don't worry. And there's Ryan Williams side by side with Harry Farnhill through Cafe Corner. Farnhill's forced onto the curbs. He won't find much grip out there. Ryan Williams will take the wide line through 1 and 2, and that will take him into 2nd place. X to B leading this one themselves, remember, from 7th on the grid. So a nice move forward for Jarvis Devon.
Just to say, Howard, Harry Farnhill redeeming himself. From the race before, we picked a vast number of penalties. True. He is still running in his knees, lost the lead, but he is still running in 3rd place, so it's still looking like a good result at the moment for the Trinity A kart. Now we're going to see the true pace in this race between Jarvis Devon and Ryan Williams. It looks like Jarvis is a little bit more on it than Ryan Williams is at the moment. Maybe that incident with Harry Farnhill knocking Ryan a little bit, but it certainly has to be said that at the moment, Jarvis Devon looking in really good shape, as that is Adam Fleming.
Yep, still having a good drive here for Newcastle B.
He's racing the ineligible Loughborough D. So again, we're not too worried about Loughborough D. We don't know who's in the cart.
Good battles as well. Manchester Met and Bath A have just got past the University of West of England A. There's a good battle there in the lower part of the top 10. Cambridge B in 17th are leading an amazing battle of karts. The De Montfort A, Sheffield A, Brooks D. They're all mere tenths apart in these slippery conditions. Remarkably few penalties as of yet, but there's still time and a few warnings out there that may be converted into penalties if multiple warnings are given. Interestingly, Jarvis Devon, having got to the front, has just started to light up the timing screens. He's just set the fastest Sector 1 time. If you want to see the sector timing, you can head over to live timing, live.alphatiming.co.uk, as there's a spin there. That's for the De Montfort B kart, who were running in 32nd place.
You say that now. Ryan Williams setting the fastest middle sector.
Okay, interesting.
So this is interesting. They've both gone roughly about 0.6 of a second. Actually, no, Ryan Williams going much faster through sector 2 than Devon Jarvis was. So we're going to wait to see them across the line, as that's the Montfort B round again. And so in terms of those lap times, it is 0.3 advantage to Ryan Williams in this race. The gap is only 0.1 of a second, so hopefully we'll be able to pick that up on camera. Looking out through the window, you can just see them running through hairpin 1 line of sterners. We've got a black flag
for Nottingham A.
Nottingham A.
Don't see that very often. Usually kings and queens of consistency. But here we are. Here is the lead battle. Ryan Williams on the tail of Jarvis Devon once again, but this time it's for outright race lead. Ryan Williams is going to get great drive off of the S's and into Simon Sweet. Judged it beautifully. You can see Jarvis Devon slipping and sliding, but Ryan Williams now gets very wide out onto the curve. Can he hold it? Because that's the territory where Harry Farnhill spun. Yes, he can. And with reward, or as reward for doing that, he's going to get a gaggle of karts. In fact, I'm just going to check which karts this is he's coming up to. He's coming up to... I saw the... I want to say I saw the number 20, but I don't think the number 20 is in this race.
I think I saw a maybe a 50 or a 30.
That would make more sense.
If it's 50, it's Brighton B.
So that would mean he's coming up onto the back of pretty much the battle that I was talking about. That De Montfort, Cambridge B,
it's 20.
Brooks
it's 20,
D.
Howard. So they're coming up
to... Oh, it is 20.
Where?
Oh, it's Aston A. So he's coming up just to the back, at the very back of the traffic here. Who are all, of course, having their own race. No blue flags in BUKC racing. So he's going to try and work his way through. Next is going to be the Leeds B car. That's the 21. As Jarvis Devon starts to pick his way through this train as well.
Ryan Williams just waving there. I'm not entirely sure what all that was about. But yeah, he looks like he's navigating this traffic perfectly. I think in wet conditions such as these, for the lead drivers, you know, Ryan Williams, his last lap was a 106.2. If we look at the guys he's currently trying to overtake, so we go down to sort of the Aston A's and the 61. Queen Mary A just put in a 111.6, so he's going about 5.3 seconds faster than the karts he's running against right now.
Sorry, we've just seen a very unusual, for this point in the race, penalty come through. Coventry B have been given a penalty for a jump start, which isn't unusual in of itself, but we are 14 minutes into this one, which means that they must have had to analyse timing a little bit. And that might explain how they came from quite so far back to a certain extent.
Yeah, that's really disappointing, because we were praising Pavel Denisenko for his amazing start, and now he's been given a penalty for jump start.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting. We don't know how big that penalty would be, because it's based on how many rows... it's based on how many rows outside of your grid position you are, basically. So that could be interesting for him. Here he is with the attentions of Kingston A and Andrew Hunt, who's having a fantastic day racing. Sorry, is it Andrew Hunt?
No, that's definitely Andrew Hunt. I was checking where he was. He started 22nd, now running up in 5th. So he is back exactly where he was in his race earlier today, doing a fantastic job.
The highest placed clubman again.
And the
getting Kingston's tally off to a great start.
Andrew Hunt, for me, unless we see something major in the next few races, I think at this stage we'll definitely say Andrew Hunt, driver of the day, certainly for the clubmans in this Buckmore Park event.
Yep, definitely having a good one. And you can't miss him either. He's easy to spot, which we like in the comms box.
What do you say? he's high vis. He's there for safety. He's there to make sure that everyone can see exactly where he is, and that he's not going to get run over in dark places. And it's just, it's an advert for health and safety. Here is Andrew Hunt doing a fantastic job.
Indeed. There is the 31 of Bathé. We just saw going through the shot as well. They're having a decent drive in 6th place. Who's in the back?
Sorry, Howard. Just to cut across.
James Bume, isn't it?
Sorry, Howard. Just to cut across you there. Andrew Hunt was just trying to move down the inside into hairpin 2, but obviously, as we've seen throughout since the rain came down, that is not the best place to try and overtake someone in these conditions. We just have a spin there.
I don't think that was a front runner, but we'll check as they come round.
No, it can't. It's a clubman team. We might be able to see them in the background.
That's a good point.
But yeah, there definitely wasn't, because there was no one else in front of Coventry or Kingston. So that man moves on his way, or her way, you never know.
8 minutes to go of this one then. Race 2 of round 4 of the BUKC 2020. This is a heavyweight race. So they've all been leaded up to 85 kilos. They just weigh 85 kilos. Who am I kidding about my weight weigh-ins? But that's in some ways less of a disadvantage in these conditions. A lot of drivers feeling the extra ballast can actually help get some drive out of the corners when you've got slick tyres in wet conditions, as we had a spinner there at hairpin 1.
Just something as well, how we can't discount James Bume, who's also climbed up well from the grid, starting 19th. He is now very interested in this battle between Andrew Hunt and Pavlo Denisenko. Obviously, Denisenko has a penalty on his way in, so this is just the on-track battle.
But it's still a factor. Still there. That's the thing.
Because obviously, Pavlo Denisenko will want to keep on to his position as much as possible, so that the penalty can at least be as less damaging as possible, as there is a cone penalty for Coventry A.
Wow.
That is Ryan Williams. So all the good work that he's done as X to B pick up a second track limits warning.
So they've got to be careful as well.
So they've got to be warning. So you've got to now actually
think who can just not get penalised of the top 3?
Sorry, Howard, would I be correct in saying a cone penalty is 2 places? So he's now dropping below Harry Farnhill. Am I getting that confused?
I think it's just 1, mate. I think it's just 1 for the cone.
Well, be that as it may, James Bume has now overtaken both Andrew Hunt and Pavlo Denisenko. But Pavlo Denisenko trying to fight back, as is Andrew Hunt. He's trying to go 2 abreast. There's a Cup 100 sandwich going on right now with Denisenko in the middle. But the upshot is that Bume is now into 4th place and Hunt remains in 6th place behind Pavlo Denisenko.
Further down the order, good battles going on. Oxford Brooks A. Let's try that one again with Loughborough D and Newcastle B, even though Loughborough D don't count.
Sorry about cutting across you there, Howard, but Andrew Hunt is now in front of Pavlo Denisenko. I was watching the move develop through the silent sweep, and now surely Hunt, who's, as we've seen, he's an aggressive driver, a feisty little driver, bit like a terrier. He is now surely going to be trying everything he can against James Bume, the premier driver. Again, Andrew Hunt, clubman driver, Kingston clubman team, doing a brilliant job for them. But it now looks like he's taken a wide line through Cafe, which should be the advantageous line. Pavlo Denisenko getting much closer as he now sends it down the inside on the back marker that is Queen Mary A. And now, what is he going to? He's surely going to send it now down the inside into hairpin 1. He does, but he's a little bit too far back. Bit of contact there. That is the 7. Oxford Brooks A, out of nowhere, are now into this fight as well. That is David Haynes trying to get a few more positions in this race.
Yeah, experienced driver for Brooks A. He's come from quite far back as well. Started this one in 25th place. So the number 7 car coming good here towards the end, as we would often expect from a driver with his experience. He's on the back of Andrew Hunt, trying to get 5th place as they try and work their way around the Warwick C kart, that is the number 60, as there's the number 40, still trying to learn the conditions a little bit more out there.
Denisenko
The gap that yes, indeed he is, on the
and that's the De Montfort B kart round once again.
Yep, absolutely.
And Denisenko back in front of Oxford Brooks A. So Denisenko back in front of Haynes. And Denisenko now trying down the inside through Cafe on Andrew Hunt. We're going to keep an eye on what's going on at the front of this race as well. It's still Coventry A from X to B from Swansea, Trinity A, but obviously Coventry A with that penalty. And it's now Hunt. Hunt is back in front of Denisenko. Denisenko sending it down the inside.
That's going to work because of he bolted him basically in the middle of the corner.
It did. Now, I'm not sure that there was definitely contact in there. We'll see what sort of view that's taken, but that could be another case of harsh but fair racing.
Yeah,
in difficult conditions.
I think it was just a case of Hunt was trying to turn back in to get the switch back, wasn't he? I think that may be a racing incident at most. So Jarvis Devon is your effective leader of this one in second place in the 37 Exeter B kart, as the number 7 of Brooks A gets back past Denisenko in that number 25 Coventry B kart, and that's going to allow Andrew Hunt to maybe have a look at it. So it's all changed here for 5th place. Brooks A now in 5th, Coventry B in 6th, and 7th is Kingston A, but all of them still having a decent race here to have worked their way up through the field. So Coventry have Ryan Williams still on for a good haul of points, which is it's just he can't be the winner anymore because he's accrued a penalty, and he'll know that. Jarvis Devon may not know that. In second place, the gap is 3 seconds. He himself was 6 seconds ahead of Harry Farnhill in the Trinity A car, and he is 8 seconds to the good to these guys battling away.
David Haynes just ran very wide out of hairpin 1. Denisenko had a look around the outside, around hairpin 2, but it didn't quite work out, although he is going to now try and send it down the inside of Siamese sweep. And now David Haynes running massively wide through the Siamese sweep, and at the moment it looks like he is maintaining that position. In fact, he has. So Andrew Hunt still looking on in earnest at this on-track position against Pablo Denisenko. But someone else we can't forget, he featured prominently at the start of this race, fell away, he's now back. It's Adam Fleming in the Newcastle B kart. He is still definitely interested in this. If these guys keep fighting amongst each other, if they keep tripping up over each other, if something were to go drastically wrong for one of them, then Adam Fleming is perfectly poised to take advantage of that.
Yep, the opportunity is there, isn't it? 2 minutes to go then. University of West of England A have just got themselves up into 9th place. They went past the point ineligible Loughborough D to do it, but that means that they've now cleared that particular hurdle. There's a bit more field spread in this one, perhaps understandable under the conditions. Loughborough C and Brighton B are having a nice little battle over 24th place, and Leeds B have just got past Warwick C for 29th. We, though, are with one of the closest battles on the track, which is, Brooks A have bridged the gap just a little bit now. Oh, as we cut away from that, there is your race leader, the 37 of Exeter B, just came through your shot, did Jarvis Devon. So there is the Coventry A kart, the number 1 of Ryan Williams, who leads on the road, but he has a penalty to be applied. It always looks mad that that's the grippiest way to go through, doesn't it? But that is the best way to do it in these conditions. Go out nice and wide, find the more abrasive surface, and get the drive off the corner. So he will cross the line and take the checkered flag, but to our knowledge, he is going to be given a penalty that means he cannot win this outright. Nevertheless, this is still going to be good points for Coventry. It will still count, by my maths at least, as a second, which keeps them definitely in it, as he's being so confident, isn't he? He may have got himself a penalty, but the way he's driving is brilliant, we've got to say.
I think it is, when you're driving at that sort of level, like, you do have to... It's brilliant to see, but obviously if you make a mistake, it does then... It's then almost enhanced by it. And the way he was sliding it through Siam Sweep there, right there, it was beautiful to see. But obviously if you hit a cone, you get a penalty. That is just the way of things. Got 10 seconds left to go. We will get one more lap in as Ryan Williams crosses the line to start said final lap. Obviously, as we have mentioned multiple times, he is not going to outright win this. At the moment, your de facto leader is Exeter B and Devon Jarvis. Obviously, anything can happen on the final lap of a wet race. We've just picked him up now. So he's just got to make sure, even if he were to have an incident at this point, you would think he'd have enough time to be able to collect himself and then still come out in front of Harry Farnhill. It's a good sort of 8-second gap. Or no, sorry, take that back. It's whatever 13 minus 6 is. 7 seconds. There we go. Got there in the end. But yeah, no, fantastic driving from Devon Jarvis. Yes, he's second on the road, but he kept himself out of trouble. Couple of track limit warnings here and there, but he's not received a penalty, so he's doing well. Popping open the visor, you can see his visor is a rather layered, I think is the correct word, orange one.
Yes, indeed.
As we look now for Ryan Williams to slide his way across the line. He comes across the line on track in first place, but your de facto winner after the penalties are applied as he just spins around, does a 360. Absolutely fantastic. What a way to end the race and win the race. It is Devon Jarvis in the Exeter B car. Then comes Harry Farnhill for Trinity A. James Bumet, fantastic drive up to 4th from 19th. We wait for David Haynes, who wins out against Pavlo Denisenko for 5th place. Pavlo Denisenko will have a penalty applied to him, so that will promote Andrew Hunt from 7th place. Then we have Adam Fleming in the Newcastle B car. We have another spinner across the line. Absolute pandemonium. Absolutely love to see it.
They do need to be slightly careful about how they do that, of course.
Just to
make sure that they're, but a little bit of exuberance never hurt anyone.
That was the 44 of. I've definitely seen them before. They're in there somewhere. It's Manchester Met A. They've been having they had a fairly torrid third round, if I believe. So to finish 10th, that is decent, and to finish with a bang, fantastic stuff. So yeah, it's Manchester Met A in 10th, UEA were 9th, and then it's Loughborough D, Huddersfield A, Southampton A, De Montfort A, Nottingham A, Brighton A. As the graphic just disappears, we've got Oxford Brooks D, Loughborough B, Newcastle A, Imperial A, Birmingham B, Cambridge B, Swansea A, Brighton B, Sheffield A, Nottingham Trent B, Queen Mary A, Loughborough C, Warwick C, Aston A, Bath B, Leeds B, Hertfordshire A, and De Montfort B. But obviously, those results are provisional, so we will wait for the official results to come out on alpha.timingresults.com.
Jarvis Devon, your winner then for Exeter. Good drive from him, getting the job done. He's had a lot of success as well, has Jarvis. So congratulations to him. I think we are going to not head down to Jacob, I'm being told here. But we will be back in just a moment for race number 3 of round 4.
I'm afraid we've lost Jarvis Devon. I did have him. I'm going to go over to his teammates in a second. We will catch up with Jarvis, no doubt, very shortly. Coming up in the next race, this man, I think, is on pole position. Are you?
Yep, hello.
Who are you on pole position for?
Warwick C.
Warwick C. We've already spoken to Warwick C a couple of times. We've mentioned how big a fan we are of the return of the cake. How's the return of the cake treating you as a team? Is it brought good luck?
I think it has. We've done pretty well in the first races. But we can improve, so hopefully we get better in the next races.
Okay, well, all the best for that. We're going to push further up the grid. Keep my eye out for Mr. Devon. I am unfortunately not able to pick him out. Ocean Beach is suited up, ready to go out. Ocean?
Yes.
A solid run for you this morning. Where was it, about 4th, 5th?
4th in the end, yeah.
Congratulations. Can you match that? Can you beat that?
I mean, hopefully. It's like a bit unknown in the rain because never driven these cars, well, haven't driven these karts in the rain for a while, but, I'll see what happens.
Of course, you're in the lightweights race.
Yes.
Still needing a lot of lead, evidently. But no heavy boys to kind of have the weight advantage on you in this soaking wet conditions.
Yeah, I know. So that should be all right. Got to use no seat inserts. So I'll be throwing my body around in the corners, get the weight distribution. But I mean, in the first race, I was a heavyweight, so 18 kilos of lead, which wasn't that fun.
Okay, and before we leave you, we've noticed the memes have dried up. Ocean, what's happening? What has the creativity just gone from your life? Have you lost the spark? What is it? You've been too busy?
Honestly, I see myself as more of an inspirer because now it's kick-started. And for me, I'm more about quality over quantity. Because I've made some, but they're just not good enough. So they've stayed locked away for a while.
I see. So like a firework, you lit the fuse and then walked away.
Yeah, I mean, fireworks are only good on the 5th of November and New Year's Eve. Any time else, it's, not worth it.
What about Brexit?
Brexit party, that's the best party.
Thank you very much for that. Ocean Bates there, veering dangerously towards politics. I'm going to go to Asker because we've only got a small amount of time. Where is he? Where's Jarve? He won the race, the last race, and he stormed off without an interview. Where is he? Where's he gone? Someone give him a ring for me. I'll talk to Konstantinos. Nice wetsuit.
Hello, thanks. It's not mine, but...
Solid run this morning. Can you go one better than you did and win?
I don't know, hopefully. I mean, that's the end goal for every driver, so it is for me as well. So I'll do my best again.
Of course. Does the rain suit you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out for you.
Yeah?
I'll keep an eye out for you.
You should.
Are you proud of Jarvis winning that race?
Oh, I'm so proud. He is 90 kilos and he still won. Unbelievable.
Maybe that helped.
Maybe, yeah.
It was a heavyweight race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a
He
heavyweight.
was only 8 kilos over... Or is he 90 kilos with kit?
Yeah, with kit.
Yeah,
Which
only
means his center of gravity was higher, so I guess.
Tall man as well, only 8 kilos over. It's not that much of a disadvantage, is it? Especially not in the wet.
Are you quick in the rain?
I'm quick whenever.
Oh.
You know me.
Oh, yes, of course.
On that note, I'll leave it there. Thanks for talking
Thanks
to us.
a lot.
Any news? Is he coming? He's on his way. Oh, I can see him looking... he never looks too happy, does he? I'll step over this side of the car. And race winner of race 2, was it? Was that race 2? That was race 2, wasn't it? He's not realised that we're here. Come on in. Winner of race 2, due to penalties, Jarve. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is the second year in a row I'm stood here congratulating you on a Buckmore sprint run.
Yeah, and both times it's been wet, and I think it's to do with the fact I'm a bit fat now.
We were just discussing that, me and Mr. Carton over there. It's only 8 kilos above the heavyweight limit now.
Yeah. We're losing weight. We're getting it down.
You mentioned the centre of gravity as well. Has it helped to be tall in these situations?
I think just throw your weight about and get it stopped on the front, and that tends to help. So yeah, it's good.
And while we've got you here, Oxford Brooks have been giving it quite large on Instagram this year, and the big Jarve account has been nowhere to be seen. Can we expect a return of that to put Brooks in their place in the near future?
Maybe. We'll see.
Good to know. Cheers for talking to us, Jarvis. Jarvis Devon there, as we said, winner of that last race. We got to him eventually. Let's wander back and get a quick word with whoever it is in very last place. It's the number 24. Who have we got here?
Hello, Matthew Gledhill.
For?
Newcastle A.
Newcastle A. You're in last place, Matthew.
Yeah, not the best place to start, but we'll see how it goes.
How's things going for Newcastle? Because I don't think I've spoken to anyone from Newcastle today.
Yeah, we're doing all right. We've had some good positions, some bad positions, but...
Can you win this one?
We'll see how it goes.
Not too confident. Matthew there from Newcastle. We are heading into the second of the lightweight races in round 4 of BUKC 2020. Up in the comments box, James Johnson and Howard Mitchell are waiting to talk you through this.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Down on the grid, it is indeed round 4, race 3, the second of our lightweight races of this afternoon's sprint round here at Buckmore Park. Angel Marco will start this one on pole for Warwick C with Max Wade alongside for Birmingham C. Row 2 is going to be Dante Dillon for Nottingham Trent A with Will Dowling starting for Hertfordshire A alongside. Row 3 is going to be Ocean Bache of Manchester A and Yannick Brandt for Queen Mary A. Row 4 will be Martin Machak and Joe Perkins for Brighton A and Warwick A respectively. Dennis Danilov will start for Bournemouth A and he'll have Ignacio Rodriguez alongside for Nottingham Trent C. It's Ben Gilbert for Trinity A and Vincent Amio for London South Bank University A. On row 6. Row 7 is going to be Sam Gerrard for Cambridge A and Alex Spensley for Exeter B. Row 8 will be Aaron Walsh for Huddersfield A and Konstantinos Karting for Exeter A. De Montfort A have Johnny Knight starting for them, as well as Loughborough D having Andrew Graham on row number 9. Row 10, rounding out your top 20, is Junian Zhu for Birmingham B and Adam Kernes for Leeds B. Row 11 will be Hisham Nasser for Imperial A and Tom Cuthbertson for De Montfort B, and then it will be Josh White for Birmingham A and Angus Rankin for University of Wales Trinity St David B. Matt Dimer will start for Warwick B with William Stacey alongside for Leeds A on row number 13. Row 14 is Joe Fowler of Coventry A and Lucas Sullivan for Oxford Brooks B. Alex Darcy for Bath A and Zayn Katrine Menes for Coventry D will make up your 15th row of the grid. Kazir Santoso for Huddersfield B and Matthew Gledhill for Newcastle A does not start from the back. There you go, Newcastle. Don't worry, he's not quite at the back because we've got Arvin Esmaili for Brooks C, Loughborough A have Piers Prize, George Rouse and Alexander Baker round out your grid as we are underway already for race number 3. A lot of drivers going very, very wide there, and there's already a spin there for, I think it's Bournemouth A, might have been in the 92 there. We'll have to check that on time as they come round into hairpin 1. It's not got any drier, folks. It's just as wet as they're going 4 wide, 5 wide, going sideways. It's all a little bit chaotic, but the start has been called good as they weave their way through hairpin 1 here, but it is the 61 of Queen Mary A and Yannick Brandt who has got to the head of the field in the early portion of this first lap, and indeed he's pulled out quite the gap as well. So Yannick Brandt with a brilliant start. We've seen him put in some good drives already for Queen Mary A, the 14 of Cambridge A, and Sam Gerrard has somehow got up to second place. That's brilliant stuff from 13th on the grid as they work their way up to Garda. We can see Hertfordshire A and Warwick C are pole sitter, but Warwick C's round. There was contact there with one of the Birmingham cars. It would have been Birmingham C, so we'll look to see how, and indeed Birmingham C have already been issued with a penalty for a jump start, unfortunately, so it's not a good start there for the number 54. At the end of lap 1 though, it is Yannick Brandt in the lead with Sam Gerrard in second place and Hertfordshire A's Will Dowling in third.
Absolutely, yeah, bit of a difficult start there for a number of drivers. Lots of incidents through turn 1 and Conways and then into hairpin 1, and the incidents really are still going on. There's Ocean Bache, our man who was starting in 5th place. He's being sent out wide during hairpin 2. There's the Exeter A kart that is not Konstantinos. It is in fact. Where's he gone? I've lost him. Never mind. Is it?
For who? Sorry?
Oh no, it is. Sorry,
we heard from him on the grid.
Oh, sorry. Well, I wasn't paying attention quite clearly. But anyway, we'll gloss over that little fact. So we've got already coming through there. We had the penalty for the jump start for Birmingham C. We'll wait to see what happens there. Contact warning for Cambridge A and a contact warning for Exeter A as well. And there is our man in Exeter A, Mr. Karting, Mr. Konstantinos. And it looks like we just panned away from it, but it looked like there was some sort of freeway complete scubbub going on there between a number of karts as Huddersfield A.
Yeah, cone penalty. It's Aaron Walsh at the wheel for that one. I was about to give him a shout out because he's had a good start. There he is with his green and blue helmet there. He's on the tail of Brighton A and Martin Machak, experienced driver for Brighton there. And indeed, Martin went very wide there, but has been able to hold on, such is the way of the wet line. But now Aaron Walsh looks like he's going down the inside. Can he hold on to that? Yes, he can, because he's gone straight to the outside there. So I think that's job done for Aaron Walsh there in the number 8 kart. Also trying to get involved here is the number 12 of Trinity A, and they've had a cracking, they've had a good start as well. There's Ben Gilbert there from 11th on the grid. So he's had a good start there. There's the 14 of Cambridge A in second place. Then is Hertfordshire A. Good start here for Hertfordshire A and Will Dowling. We have seen Hertfordshire, I suppose we'd say, has a lot of variation to where they've been running. As we've got 3 wide coming out of paddock and heading into Garda. That is Aaron Walsh battling away with Leeds A and Brighton A, I want to say. So good battles going on there.
It's Martin Machak in the Brighton A kart, that is Aaron Walsh getting past both of them there, I think he did in the end. Although actually, having just said that, as we watch now, looking at the battle between Konstantinos and the Hertfordshire A car of Will Dowling, looks like Konstantinos will be through in due course. But yeah, Aaron Walsh still down behind the two karts that he was fighting with just earlier.
So karts that I think have had some kind of incident on the first few laps. We saw a lot of spinners. I think Bournemouth A was one of them. I think Warwick C may have been involved as well. Birmingham B are quite far down the order. And something's happened for Brooks B. They've already picked up a penalty for cones, but Lucas Sullivan not having his usual day at the races in this one, it has to be said, as we see Brighton A's Marcin Maciak battling with Konstantinos of De Montfort, not of De Montfort, sorry, of Exeter A, but he's come out tops on that one. So Exeter A in 4th place now and chasing down the 98 of Hertfordshire A for 3rd.
Someone I don't think we've only mentioned him once. It is our race leader, Yannick Brandt, in the Queen Mary A car. Had a so-so first race. He currently leads by 7.2 seconds after just 4 laps. That is a cracking pace. Absolutely fantastic from him as Konstantinos sends a move down the inside of hairpin 1 on Will Dowling for 3rd place even.
Indeed.
So his next target is the Cambridge A car, although Will Dowling is fighting back around the inside of hairpin 2. But as we've said, during these wet conditions, that is not the ideal line, and as proven there, Konstantinos taking that position back from him.
Yeah, as you say, highly impressive pace here from Yannick Brandt, one of Queen Mary's star drivers, it has to be said. Sam Gerard running well there in 2nd, but you've got to feel that the pace that Konstantinos has, as he's already there in the number 5 car, beginning to close the gap to the 14 of Cambridge. Meanwhile, Hertfordshire's Will Dowling coming under pressure now for Marcin Maciak in the 22 car and Aaron Walsh of Huddersfield. But for the moment, indeed, no, Marcin Maciak has got the job done. So that is Brighton A past Hertfordshire now. So Queen Mary A lead with Yannick Brandt at the wheel. He's now 8.5 seconds to the good over Cambridge A's Sam Gerard. But the fastest lap of the race is no longer with Yannick Brandt. It's now with Konstantinos, who's deciding to take an even wider wet line there through hairpin 1. That's probably going to have cost him a little bit of time. But on the whole, his pace is really good and he's closing up onto the back of this Cambridge A kart. Marcin Maciak there in the Brighton A kart is in 4th place in the 22, and then the number 8 of Aaron Walsh for Huddersfield A is 5th, albeit he has picked up a cone penalty, as there's a black flag for Lucas Sullivan in the Brooks B kart for taking out another competitor. That is not what I would have expected from Lucas Sullivan. This is not his race. That's to say the least.
No, absolutely not. I mean, on track he's doing quite well, as we now have an overtake from Aaron Walsh
went wide there.
on the Brighton A car of Maciak, and we're now seeing. I think what we're seeing is that drivers are being given one extra track limit, because I've just seen another track limit for Exeter A, or it's certainly a second warning, but it's got to be careful. Has Konstantinos, because his pace is good, apart from obviously that off he had. But if he wants any chance of catching up to Yannick Brandt, he's got to get these errors out of the way, and he's got to get an overtake on Cambridge A as quickly as possible.
Coming into the equation here is Joe Fowler. There he is in the green and black rain suit and the yellow and white helmet. He's worked up from quite a way back. We just saw him get past Trinity A on that last lap, getting past Ben Gilbert through Senna, and he's now working his way well into this one. We did think that Joe Fowler might be one to watch in this race. Race winner from earlier on today, and part of course, this highly successful so far this season Coventry A effort. So he's now closing up onto the back. In fact, has he already got past? No, he hasn't got past Marcin Maciak yet in the 22. I say yet, no disrespect intended to Brighton A. It's just that Joe Fowler has done really well to work himself onto the back here, and you wouldn't put it past him putting one past them. Still, Yannick Brandt, though, setting really good pace here, 9.4 seconds to the good. Interesting, after we saw Konstantinos set the fastest lap of the race at one point, Sam Gerard in the Cambridge car has begun to match him. This hasn't been quite as easy for Konstantinos to get onto the back of the second place Cambridge A car. Here is that battle, Cambridge the 14 and Exeter A the number 5. It hasn't been as easy as I suspected it might have been based on the pace a few laps ago.
No, absolutely not. I think that little off for Konstantinos possibly having an effect on him. He going great guns earlier on, going about 1.3 seconds faster than our race leader, but now he's going pretty much, on that last lap, for example, he was 1.9 seconds slower than Yannick Brandt. So Yannick Brandt absolutely storming away with this one. Brilliant to see. Brilliant after a slightly difficult first round. We're watching him go through. He's just coming up through cafes. We've now got Konstantinos versus Aaron Walsh. Also, Maciek is in there as well. And the result is that Konstantinos has dropped down 2 places. The camera just juts out there, but we're looking for them now coming up through centre, up towards Cafe. Konstantinos now down into 5th place.
And Joe Fowler is right onto this as well, as we've got a spinner in hairpin 1. Should say as well, there has been a black flag issued to, as it's the Newcastle A card that spun there, but they'll get underway again now. A black flag has been issued to Nottingham-Trent C for taking out a competitor as well, so they'll be going into the pit lane to serve a time penalty. Seeing very little of the pit lane, of course, today. We'd usually be looking at it in the context of endurance pit stops, but 2 sprint round formats is what we've gone for today, and it's providing us racing like that with Aaron Walsh and Konstantinos going side by side into hairpin 1, and now Joe Fowler is on the scene in the battle over 5th place. Here he is coming through to try and get onto the back of Exeter A there. So it's now Queen Mary A, Cambridge A, Brighton A, because I think Martin Maciek did get back past, didn't he? Aaron Pretty, yes he did. Not Aaron Pretty, Aaron Walsh, beg pardon. And there is Joe Fowler. He's got by Konstantinos, and there he goes, right past Aaron Walsh as well. So he's now got the Coventry A card up into 4th place.
Good defending there from Aaron Walsh, it has to be said. Konstantinos trying to get through as well, and whilst Joe Fowler has got through, Konstantinos not able to as well. We've got a yellow flag up at Conway's, not quite sure what that is for, but someone who I was expecting to make a lot better progress through the field is now starting to get involved in this battle with Konstantinos, Aaron Walsh and Maciek and all these people, is Piers Pryor. Wasn't quite expecting it, thought he'd get through much quicker, but he's struggled in these opening sort of 9-11 minutes of this race, but he is now starting to get involved.
I know what you mean, but he has come from 34th to 8th in 9 laps, which I can't do. I'm just saying.
Neither could I, but I think that stands testament to the quality of today, where we've seen Ryan Williams going from 32nd to 4th in 1 lap.
It's true.
So
it is true.
I don't know. I thought I would have expected to see him up there a little bit quicker, but now
he's on the scene now.
He's on the scene now, and he's right behind Konstantinos, who is still in the thralls of fighting. That's a back mark actually. So it's Aaron Walsh now in front of him, and Joe Fowler, who is in front of these 3 we see now. So it's Aaron Walsh leading from Konstantinos, and then we have Piers Pryor coming through as well. The back market in the way then to the that is the 98 of Hertfordshire A. So that's
not a back marker in many ways. It's running in 9th place, to be fair. If it was the 98, that was very much for position, because Piers Pryor took Ben Gilbert of Trinity on that lap as well, so to get himself up into 7th place, there's a spin there just in front of some of our front runners, just in front of the likes of Coventry A and Huddersfield and Cambridge A, and that's because this is the battle now over 2nd place. Beg pardon. 3 wide here for 2nd place. Martin Maciek versus Joe Fowler. Sam Gerrard's just kind of got mugged here for 2nd place in the 14 Cambridge car. He'll try and get a drive on Fowler down into Syme Sweep, but this is all change here. Martin Maciek, who's driving a brilliant race. We've seen him do some great drives before for the Brighton team. Should say it is a Clubman team currently leading this race. 13 seconds ahead of all of this.
It's quite mad there for Queen Mary. I should also point out that Piers Pryor is now in front of Konstantinos. So that is a change in position there for Loughborough A over Exeter A. Meanwhile, coming out of the centre chicane, it's still Martin Maciek leading in second. He's leading this battle in 2nd place, and it is absolute pandemonium as Martin Maciek and it's Piers Pryor out of nowhere.
He's going to go around the outside of all 3 of them, is he?
Through. They're going to go around the outside, surely. Piers Pryor, fantastic move there.
Yeah, judged that really, really well there. Brilliant stuff as they were all sorting themselves out. He just went around the outside where the grip was. There's a yellow flag out at hairpin 1. Yannick Brandt leads for Queen Mary A. We've barely seen him, and there's a reason for that. He's just miles up the road. I've just seen him out the window. He's down at Syme Sweet whilst we're looking at hairpin 2. This is the battle over 2nd place, though. Aaron Walsh goes past Martin Maciek now. The 22, the 5, the 8 and the 2 are all in this battle. This is all for position. over second place. Piers Pryor trying to eye up a move here on Konstantinos, the gold-helmeted driver for Exeter A into Simon Sweet. Gets it done, does Piers Pryor. And Joe Fowler is still battling away there as well in the number 1 car. Here we go, 3 wide out of paddock corner. Aaron Walsh still somehow at the head of this. Piers Pryor will now go down the inside of the 22 Brighton A kart, driven by Martin Matchak, and get his car up to 3rd place. So now, it's Huddersfield A, it's Loughborough A, then it's Brighton A, and Exeter A is, I think, your order, although bear in mind that Huddersfield A, I think, picked up a cone penalty early on, as Piers Pryor now tries to go around the outside of Aaron Walsh into 1 and 2.
It stands testament to how good the racing is, in that as we were going through that lap, the live graphics were showing us that it was still Brighton A leading, but they were down in 4th now. So this is absolutely fantastic to see this battle for second place going down to about 7th. So it's a 5-car battle for 7th place, as Piers Pryor now looks to be hanging on to that. Aaron Walsh trying to do the inside line, but as we've said, that line does not quite work. And now here goes Konstantinos down the inside of the Cambridge A driver, and now
this gets really poor drive out of there onto the Syme sweep, and it's going to allow Sam Gerard to go back at him. Oh, there's contact as well. They've got to be careful here, James, that they don't pick up a penalty for that. Good battle going on between Nottingham Trent A, which is Dante Dillon, and Joe Perkins at the wheel of the Warwick A car over 12th place as well. That's slightly further down the order. Always a battle to be had in the BUKC, as we're within the last 10 minutes now of race 3 of round 4. This is one of our lightweight races. We alternate between lightweight and heavyweight, and that's a moment for Aaron Walsh, and that's going to open the door for Piers Pryor there, up into second place on the road, as there's a penalty for track limits for Birmingham A.
Yep, Aaron Walsh getting a little bit leery coming in to Conways, but now he is going to be going, he's going to have to go to the inside line on Piers Pryor. He will momentarily be in front, but Piers Pryor is surely just going to swoop down the outside. In fact, he hasn't. That's interesting, although actually, that was a very good move there from Piers Pryor, getting now down the inside of Aaron Walsh. Hopefully, for their sake, or for Piers' sake at the very least, this is at the end of that battle, as the gaggle of karts behind them in what is the battle now for at least 4th place continues to rage on.
What's interesting for me, James, is that Joe Fowler did a good job to get the Coventry A car up into this position, and he's not really able to he's not been able to pick his way through in the way that Piers Pryor and Aaron Walsh has been able to. And that was contact between, that was I think the 12 of UWTSD and the 98 of Hertfordshire A, which is very much for position. Will Dowling having a brilliant race for Hertfordshire there. They all keep going as we come back to this battle for second.
The battle continues for second place, as Aaron Walsh still trying to have a go at Piers Pryor. He's now down the inside of Piers Pryor, who will now switch to the outside. Aaron Walsh going defensive, and he cuts Piers off massively there through coming up into second place. Piers giving the indication, let's work together, but it doesn't look like Aaron Walsh is in a mood to be playing games right now.
No, absolutely not. Now 17 seconds to the good is Yannick Brandt with... so I tell you what, don't get a cone penalty now, Yannick, for goodness sake. You'll undo one of the most dominant leads we've seen so far this season. As still this battle rages on. I think I am correct. We are right that Aaron Walsh got a cone penalty early on, didn't we?
I'm pretty sure. Yes, I'm pretty
this
sure.
This isn't actually
that.
For a net position, but Piers won't know that one in the Loughborough A kart. But this is important for Loughborough A, insofar as I'm not going to pretend for a moment that we're far enough in the championship that this has boiled down to just a battle between Loughborough and Coventry, but it is those two teams that have set the early pace in the championship, and it's races like these where Loughborough will be looking to be ahead of Coventry, which is currently the case. As I say, Joe Fowler not able to make progress in the way that Piers Pryor was in the mid-races. There's a black flag for Leeds B for taking out a fellow competitor, and that's unfortunate for them, because that's a black flag from them running in 15th place, which is not too bad for Leeds B as a squad, as there's a Brooks B penalty. They really haven't had a great race on this particular occasion, has Lucas Sullivan. You can tell he's got good pace because he's able to recover from each of these setbacks, but it's not going their way. This will, at least hopefully from their perspective, be their dropped score.
Absolutely, that's what you hope. The battle again continues to rage on between Aaron Walsh and Piers Pryor. Just neither of them giving it the other any quarter. Meanwhile, Yannick Brandt still leading, but we're still following this battle. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. Literally every single corner, one of them is faster than the other. They come across the line as Loughborough A now actually set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:08.3. It's probably the first time in this race we've seen someone going faster than Yannick Brandt in the Queen Mary car. Pryor now in front of Walsh. Let's see, this is where the majority of the fighting has been happening during this race, but for the moment it looks like it's okay, although it has Aaron Walsh just sent it down the inside of Piers Pryor. Yes, he has. He's tried it at least. Is Pryor going to be able to fight through the S's? No, he is not. So somehow, through multiple attempts at trying, Aaron Walsh now making the inside line at hairpin to work, as we've just got just over 5 minutes of race. There's a little bit of contact there from the looks of it between Pryor and Walsh. And Pryor finding himself ahead once again, sliding his way through paddock. They're now coming up to lap the 35 of Warwick B, and in fact they have now just done that, lapping the 35 of Warwick B and heading up to start a new lap as Walsh back in front of Piers Pryor.
Just having a look slightly further down the order, good news for our clubman winners from this morning's round. Leeds A have just got themselves up into 10th place. Will Stacey at the wheel of that one, getting past Ocean Beach. Got to say, Sam Gerrard having a very quiet one, but he's still there in 4th place, we should say.
Yep.
I feel like in all the battling, he sort of managed to keep it very quiet, but he's managed to hold on. So all credit to him for that, as still Loughborough A and Huddersfield A try and sort themselves out. And I've said that, good news for Leeds A. They've got a penalty for trap limits. Oh dear, that's two places to be deducted from them, but they're still on for some good points. Not the highest placed clubman, because the highest placed clubman is your overall race leader, Yannick Brandt in the Queen Mary A cart. And also, we should say, Martin Machak, who we've been praising at various points in this one, in 6th place, is also a clubman's runner.
Yes, very good running from the clubmans, it has to be said. We're still looking to see. So again, as we were mentioning, it is just interesting. Where has Joe Fowler gone? He is still in 7th as Piers Pryor negotiating a back marker there. Pretty sure
Brooks
we saw
D being a little bit too aggressive for my liking when the leaders are coming through.
Yes, we saw. There's a penalty for Loughborough A. Pryor has picked up a penalty for an ABC BAP.
Bump and pass then. 4 penalties to be applied, as there's I think that's a re-showing of the penalty for Leeds. So, oh dearie me, and I said Sam Gerrard for Cambridge A has been having a quiet one. He, at the moment, will be a net second if all of our penalty monitoring is accurate. So these two are now just battling over, well, they're still going to get a top 10 finish with the current penalties to be applied. But this is not for a net second once everything's been taken into account. You can see Sam Gerrard, who's just going past the Brooks D car in the back of your shot as they headed into the S's there. He is net second on the road. I should mention as well that Konstantinos in the Exeter cart, there he is, battling away still with Martin Machak and the likes of Joe Fowler as well in the Coventry A cart. None of those have penalties, so they will stand to benefit from certainly Piers' penalty, because it's a 4-place penalty. I think Huddersfield are only going to be docked 1 position.
It would appear that the line that Huddersfield and Loughborough are exchanging are, you overtake me in this corner, I'll overtake you in that corner, you get me in this corner, and then I'll overtake in that corner. Although it has to be said,
it's a good way of learning different lines.
It's a very good way of
just
learning
try it out.
lines. Yeah.
You take the hit on this corner, I'll take the compromise line on this one.
Exactly. Joe Fowler there trying to send it down the inside.
At the same time that Martin Machak, is trying to send it down the inside of Exeter A. This is your battle over 5th place, and it's the closest battle in the top 10, aside from the 2 that we've been watching for the last few minutes. And it's the classic formula of one will try it down the inside, but the one around the outside gets good drive. Konstantinos will be on the inside of hairpin 2. Martin Machak not quite as tight as the other 2, and Joe Fowler out the widest. But the Brooks D card is actually quite a fast bit of traffic to have to get by here, and is proving a bit of a challenge for them. That's going to give Konstantinos a bit of breathing space there, the gold helmeted driver in the number 5 card. Martin Machak driving a great race. The 2nd place of the clubman runners has got the pressure coming in. Has had pressure all race, to be honest. He's been battling all race long. But Joe Fowler, as I say, his charge up through the field has just stalled a little bit. He is struggling to make the move stick with Exeter A and Brighton A. fair play to them. They're driving well. There's a little flare of a moment there for Brooks D. We're into the last 90 seconds then, as there's a black flag for Nottingham Trent A, and that's expensive for them. That's for taking out another competitor, and they were running in 9th. So that's unfortunate for Dante Dillon, as Sam Gerrard continues to circulate in the number 14 Cambridge car. He's looking set for a good result here for Cambridge, as there's a spinner out of hairpin 1, so yellow flags into this corner here. I wonder if we'll pick up who that is. I can't tell who that is at this angle.
It's entirely possible. It could be London South Bank A, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with this one. But it's, yeah, as you said earlier, Howard, it is interesting. Sam Fowler getting up to, or sorry, Joe Fowler even getting up to the back of this pack, this battle, if you will, for 4th place, which is actually going to turn out to be 2nd place overall. But it's just unfortunate he hasn't been able to quite make up progress.
We are on the last lap, and for the benefit of those on the camera, our leader is just going through hairpin 1 now. There he is. Good pickup, guys. I genuinely thought it might be a challenge because he is so far ahead, 17 seconds to the good. Piers Pryor in 2nd place has just set the fastest lap of the race to take 2 seconds out of his lead, but I don't think it's going to matter. And Jot, this man here, Yannick Brandt, I almost feel bad for him. We've not really had to show him at all because he just got to the front, stayed at the front, and controlled this one brilliantly for Queen Mary A. He's had some really good drives this season, James, but I think this, for me, this is the best drive I've seen him do.
Oh yes, absolutely. Again, I've mentioned it before, but considering that he didn't have the best of drives in the first race of the day, to have come through and done this, absolutely fantastic. I'm pretty sure now it genuinely dawns on me, I'm pretty sure I raced him, or was in the same races with him last year. Looked like a very quick driver. Didn't quite expect.
There's a moment in front of that's going to be hot in the mouth stuff. He's going to find himself around that.
But he's going to come. So after all that, he fist pumps across the line. Oh, that was a little. That could have been very interesting indeed. But he comes across to win the race. We've still got a decent amount of time to wait until Piers Pryor comes across the line. There he goes, setting a bang on 1 minute 8. Best lap time 1 minute 7.9, showing the pace he could have done if it wasn't for that fantastic fight with Aaron Walsh, who comes across the line. Actually, Huddersfield A. That's Aaron Walsh. It's the Cambridge A driver, obviously in 4th.
That's Sam Gerrard.
Sam Gerrard in 4th place. He will inherit at least 2nd place. And obviously, yes, Piers Pryor picking up 4 places. Huddersfield A picking up a place. So then Sam Gerrard will reap the benefits of those. Exeter A, Konstantinos in 5th place. Marcin Mashak ultimately in 6th. Joe Fowler coming across the line in 7th. Then we have the Leeds A car, who have picked up a penalty along their way as well. Trinity A in 9th. They'll benefit from any penalties applied to the Leeds A kart. It is Ocean Beach in the Manchester A car in 10th, and then from here on in you've got Warwick A, Hertfordshire A, Loughborough D, De Montfort A, Bath A, Exeter B, Birmingham C, Coventry D, Birmingham A, Oxford Brookes C, Oxford Brookes B, who despite all of the turmoil they went through, they still managed to finish in 21st place. Leeds B 22nd, then it's Nottingham Trent C, Birmingham B, Oxford Brookes D, Huddersfield B, Warwick B, Imperial A, Bournemouth A, De Montfort B, Nottingham Trent A, Brighton B, Newcastle A, UWTSD Swansea B, Warwick C, 100 Descartes was 36th, and in last place, 37th, it is London South Bank A.
Queen Mary A then, your winners. Brilliant win there for Yannick Brandt. Takes the win by some 14.3 seconds. Hopefully we'll be able to get some thoughts from down there on the grid. But either way, we will be back shortly with race number 4 of round 4 here at Buckmore Park.
we've got race winner Yannick Brandt down here. Yannick, I'm so pleased to have you here. Last year you raced in intermediates, this year you made the step up, and this is your first mains BUKC win. How does it feel?
Amazing. It's very difficult today because of the conditions, but I actually really enjoy the wet. So even at the start of the race I was really eager to start, and then it's just about making no mistakes because that's really easy.
Well, we can tell you really enjoyed the wet. You had 15 seconds on the rest of the field for the last 20 minutes of that race. Incredible pace. What's the secret?
I think it's just about finding your line and then not making too many mistakes, and just, you know, every now and then you can send it into a corner if you want to, but I think it's just rhythm, and once you have that, it's fine.
I did worry you were going to lose it on the last lap there. Coming around Cafe, there was 2 cars spinning in front of you. Were you worried?
Yeah, it was a bit funny, but I wasn't too worried. I had a big gap, so the last lap I was taking it easy, and I was ready for something like that. So.
Good man. Well done for keeping cool under pressure, and fantastic drive again.
Thanks.
Yannick Brandt there for Queen Mary. Really, really pleased to see him on the top step of the podium. Let's go find someone else to talk to. I was just chatting with Piers Pryor and Aaron Walsh about that. Hell of a ding-dong they had. Let's go and talk to Max O'Shaughnessy, who won a race earlier, but there was very, very different conditions now, Max.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it was damp at the start of the last race, so which is where I was quicker. So we'll see what happens.
It's beyond damp now. Are you good in the very wet?
I'm not so bad in the wet around here. I actually kind of wanted it to rain when I was starting at the back, because I think it's easy to move forward. Mm-hmm. But being right in the middle means that, you know, I'm in the melee for the first few laps, so as long as I survive that, it should be all right.
There is that. If you do survive that and you happen to get yourself in and amongst the top positions, obviously Jarvis won his race earlier. X to B could be in the mix for this, couldn't they?
Yeah, I was saying it's time to start saying, you know, X to B is the new A, so.
Okay, well, make of that what you will. Max O'Shaughnessy there, race winner, I think the first race that we had today. I'm going to shuffle through here whilst I get the opportunity. Darren, I'm not sure if you can follow me. And we are going over to this side of the grid to talk to Brighton. I feel, Nathan, that we owe you an interview for the missed podium earlier. Tell us what's happened.
So I was sat in the car having a nice little power nap, and I got a call from the lovely man that is Jacob Harris.
What an alarm clock that is.
Pardon?
What an alarm clock that is.
Oh, I wish I could have that every morning.
Can't happen.
Oh, damn.
Busy.
I've got to do some more grafting here by the seams of it. Yeah, and Jacob let us know that we actually did finish P3 in Clublands and 18th overall. So that's 2 trophies so far this year. Hopefully we can get another one this afternoon.
How is round 4 going for you?
Yeah, not too bad. Gollin was running in 8th and then Span, so he finished 16th in the end. So not the worst if I can talk, not the worst result. And then Martin's just been out, finished P6, so that's a really good result. We got Easy out now, see what Easy can do. And then I'm again, I can't talk. I'm out in race 5, starting 26th, and hoping to just thread through the field. I'm good in the wet round here, I say, before I spin 10 times, yeah.
There you have it, Nathan Lissell, good in the wet round Buckmore.
Oh, dear, I've ruined that now. I'll be last.
And we got the head honcho, Willie Chew, watching at home. Any messages from him, from the team Brighton?
Oh God, you caught me a bit off guard there.
No, that's what I tried to do in every interview.
Such a shame not to see you, Will. Be nice to see you at GYG.
There you have it, Willie Chew. We miss you. Thanks for chatting with us, Nathan. Quick chat with Easy. Soaking wet out there.
Yeah,
Nathan rates himself in the wet. Do you?
Yeah, I'm probably like a 10 or 2 times slower than him, so should be fun. Let's see. Starting 38, should make up about 10 positions in the start. So we aim about top 15, but let's see what happens.
All the best for that. You better jump in the car because teammates have got to clear the grid. We will go and have a chat with this man in behind here. Who's in the 26?
Hello. Don't know what I'm doing, so that's going to be fantastic.
You don't know what you're doing?
No, never driven in the wet before.
Okay, so turn the wheel until it grips, and then
that's the plan.
Power out at the corners.
I think Steve Brown has my back on this one. I think I'm going to have to get that YouTube video.
Have you got your phone on you?
No.
Oh, do you
want to I watched it before, so it's fine.
Okay, good. That's all right then. Nice boots as well.
So high-end fashion, this.
They're very leather looking, at least. I think they're actually rubber. Interesting choice of footwear, though. And you excited for your first wet race?
Sort of. Scared a bit, but, you know, it is what it is. There's only one way to learn, isn't it? Just do it. Send it.
And watch YouTube videos?
Yes, that as well. Yeah, haven't got much else to say.
All right, have a good race. Cheers. I'll speak to you later. Let's go right to the back. Who's this looking lonely? Can we come this far with the signal being by here? Who have we got here?
Sam Pooley.
Sam Pooley. Sam, disappointing this morning. I think you got punted off, didn't you?
It's not been good for us today so far. We've had a couple of rough results, so hoping I can do something from here.
From last?
Huh?
From last?
We'll see. We'll see. I hope so.
Well, you fitted pretty well out off at PFR. You obviously won your race there. Are you guys good around Buckmore as you are there?
I guess we'll see.
Sam Pooley there of Nottingham Trent, hoping for a better rain 4 than he had at rain 3. And now it's time to go back to the commentary box. Howard and James, over to you.
Welcome back to Buckmore Park from the BUKC. We are here with a grid. We're going to rattle through this as quickly as we can. So on pole it's Oxford Brooks D and Brad Butcher. On second place it is Brighton B with Stephen Howes. Loughborough A third with James Ireland, and it's Oxford Brooks C in fourth with Jack Noller. Newcastle A, Aaron Leichman starting in fifth, and Huddersfield B, Sam Wilson starting in 6th. 7th for Coventry D, Qual Pinto, and in 8th place it is Bath A and Samuel Cornell. Oxford Brooks B, Daniel Burgess are 9th, and it's 10th place it is Tom Fox with the Coventry A car. Leeds A, Tom Dent starting in 11th place, and in 12th it is Chris Miles for the Warwick B team. Trinity B, Ainsley Martin starting 13th, and in 14th it's Birmingham A, Jake O'Sullivan. De Montfort B, Christian Bessel starting in 15th place, and in 16th it is Imperial A, Harris Warburton. In 17th we have Leeds B, Bradley Wemice, and in 18th it is Birmingham B, Nathan Phillips. Loughborough D are probably ineligible for this race. They are 19th. De Montfort A, Phil Craven are 20th. 21st for Exeter A, Josh Craft, and in 22nd it is Huddersfield A, Sam Tiernan. Exeter B, Max O'Shaughnessy in 23rd, and 24th it is Cambridge A, Sam Massey. London South Bank A are starting 25th, Christopher Black, and it's Trinity A, Sam Johns in 26th. Nottingham Trent C starting in 27th place. I cannot read the rest of the grid because we are ready for the start of this race. 19 leads us away. Brad Butcher in the Oxford Brooks car, in the Oxford Brooks D car even, and they're all simultaneously in synchronisation run wide. The only person not to run wide I think was Sam Massey, sending it down the inside of Conway's and Henry's corner. The 24 getting all out of shape there, but it almost might work for him, as we've got Tom Fox is off. We've got another car off as well. That's someone in a silver helmet and off at hairpin 1. So we're looking for them now. Coming through hairpin 2, there's another spinner as Oxford Brooks B pick up another contact warning coming on from the previous race. 24 into the barrier. We've got 2 carts off. Not quite sure who that one was off there, but that was a big impact for sure. Another spinner down at Siamese Sweep in a rather dangerous area.
Birmingham A having a scary moment there. Jake O'Sullivan in that cart was clearly collected in the fallout from that moment. Into the wall for, did you say it was the 24 meters? There's more bumping and barging as they're at the bottom of the track here.
There's a lot
Number 5 of Exeter A forced off onto the curbing. But Birmingham A underway again now. They've lost a lot of ground, but that was a scary stuff for them. They were facing the wrong way out of the S's as we got another spinner out of Garda.
Tom Fox again was one of the big carts involved in that, but number 1 still going. He's getting involved in there somewhere. So at the moment we have Bath A leading from Brighton B. Cambridge A, notice Sam Massey was the only one going down the inside of turn 1. He's made up 20 places on the first lap, now running in 3rd place. Huddersfield A making up 17 places as well. Nottingham Trent to see another of the good starters, and now Stephen Howes is challenging Bath A for the lead of this race. That is Samuel Cornell in fighting for the lead, but now it is Stephen Howes leading for the Brighton B car. Absolutely fantastic from him. Stephen Howes, a very experienced driver in the BUKC, but he has now been overtaken once again by Samuel Cornell in the Bath car. So it is all to play for in these opening few laps as Sam Massey leads through Loughborough A Cannot get those two confused. Look, it's James Ireland racing for the Loughborough A kart. Just notice there, the 11 of, I think, Oxford Brook C just running over some water at the curb at Paddock. So we'll wait to see what kind of effect that's had on them. Noticing as well, I think it's Nottingham Trent C, again, one of the teams that made one of those fantastic starts up to 20th place. They were just sliding their way through. Sam Massey now sets 2 in chase of Samuel Cornell as all Loughborough A, James Ireland getting massive amounts of squirming under braking into Conways as Newcastle A pick up a black flag as the number 8 there of, who was that? That was the Huddersfield A kart piloted by, I'll wait for confirmation on who is in that kart. But yeah, he just had a massive moment down into hairpin 1. But he is now in fact in front of that car, and the 5 is round. Exeter A are round. So who was that going around there? Again, we'll confirm a name for you in a moment, but Exeter A spinning round, so they're out of this fight for the moment. Again, we're beyond the start now, so the likelihood is that we won't see them again in this fight. Meanwhile, the battle continues to rage on between Loughborough A, Nottingham Trent C and Huddersfield A. We've got a slow kart on the outside, but for the moment that hasn't had any bearing. So now we're looking at a fight between the 37 of Exeter B and a few other karts as well. Who we got there? We've got the 17 of Nottingham Trent A, and I think we'll also be seeing who we've got the Oxford Brook C kart, who were having a bit of a moment earlier on as Oxford Brook B picked up another contact warning in this race. Picked up a lot of contact warnings, has that team over the past number of races. We've got the Nottingham Trent A kart going down the inside of Exeter B. Looks like that move might be done. The Oxford, sorry, not the Oxford C driver, the Exeter B driver with a fantastic Union Jack helmet. Give that man a medal. But yeah, so that move now done there for Nottingham Trent A. In fact, it was actually Exeter B having a go at Nottingham Trent A. So it's, if anything, it's Exeter B on the march at the moment. Nottingham Trent A sending it down the inside of, who's that? That's the number. That's Trinity A. I think they might be quite far down. Actually, no, they're not. They're Trinity A up there as well. So you're looking at the battle for sort of 7th place, as now Trent A down the inside on Huddersfield A, and that is Trent A moving up into 6th place. Looking now as well, we've got Exeter B still fighting there. They're now fighting the Oxford Brooks C kart, as we're looking now, Sam Massey getting nice and close to Stephen Howes in the Brighton B kart. Stephen Howes has just set his fast lap of the race, but it's still a good half second slower than what Sam Massey is churning out. And we are now looking at the fight. It's Nottingham Trent, still Nottingham Trent versus Huddersfield A. Huddersfield A getting a little bit leery under braking, but he is still, at the moment, he is still behind the Nottingham Trent kart, and who have they got in front of them? I believe it's Nottingham Trent C who are in front of them. Again, Nottingham Trent C having a fantastic start to this race, but it looks like they're being caught up now by those faster drivers behind them. And in fact, the Nottingham Trent C kart has just run pretty much into the pit lane, and in fact, no, that might be a complete, is it? No, it's not. It's different. It is the same car. I think Nottingham Trent C have pitted for some reason. Not entirely sure why that might be. We'll find out at some point. Actually, no, sorry, it is a black flag. So that's a black flag that we've missed. Sorry, rather, I've missed that. Sorry. And so Nottingham Trent C coming in for their black flag. Be interesting as well. I'm pretty sure we saw them going through the hairpin complex. So if they've come through the wrong part for the pit lane, that is a little bit untoward. As Sam Massey is now in front of Stephen Howes for 2nd place. So he's the gap to Samuel Cornell in the Bath A kart is about, it's 4.4 seconds according to live timing. So he's got a little bit of work to do to catch up to the back of him. But as they say, catching is one thing, overtaking is another. So we'll have to wait for that. Meanwhile, the Trent A kart slithering about through hairpin 2, and now it is the Oxford Brook C kart have now got past. That's Jack Noller in the Oxford Brook C kart, getting past the Huddersfield A driver, who's now still we have it. It's Sam Tin in the Huddersfield A kart. So he's still running quite well up in the top 10. And Oxford FC now, I don't think he's happy with Sam Tin there, as they're now coming as there's a spinner in front of them, and that has forced Sam Tin to go very far wide to have in avoiding action, and that will have cost him 5th place in the fight with Oxbrook C and Jack Noller. He is now being hunted down by the Loughborough A kart of James Ireland, and also we've got Exeter A in this fight as well. That is obviously being piloted by Josh Craft. In fact, James Ireland now in front of Sam Tin, and it is that Josh Craft trying to go down the inside as well. We'll wait to see confirmation on that. But for the moment, we're keeping an eye on Nottingham Trent A and Oxford Brooks C. So Sam Tin still fighting away with the karts around him. There's the 32 there. I think that is a lap car. That is Birmingham B. They are lapping at this rate. We're 8 minutes into this race. We've got lap karts already, so just showing sort of the difference really in pace. Is now Exeter A still fighting through. Josh Craft now getting past the back marker. We've got the Trinity A kart as well, getting very much in the fight, and the ineligible Loughborough D driver, although for the moment Sam Turn is holding on to that position. I'm sure Josh Craft will be having a crack at this any moment now. Meanwhile, the Trinity A kart was getting overtaken by the ineligible Loughborough D driver, but it is this fight between Sam Tien and Josh Craft that we are most focused on for the moment, as Loughborough A have just set the fastest lap of the race in James Island, so he is setting about catching the Oxbrook C car of Jack Noller, who is in turn trying to catch Nottingham Trent A. Meanwhile, it would appear there that Josh Craft has got past Sam Tien, and as they come through hairpin 2, it would appear that is now confirmed. Josh Craft trying to get past and successful in that. So we're looking now through Pullmans and in for out of the side sweep, and that's the 60. That's one of the Warwick cars. That's the Warwick C car getting a little bit leery out there. James Ireland making his way through, not getting caught up by the Warwick C car, having a little moment there. So all good for him. Meanwhile, up at the front, Samuel Cornell has just come through to do a 1:10.4, and the gap was just under 3 seconds. It's now just over 4 seconds, so something went wrong there for Samuel Massey on that last lap. He's gone 1.1 seconds slower than Samuel Cornell on that lap, as Sam Tien has fallen down the order a little bit. He's dropped 2 positions, as has the Trinity A kart, and it's Loughborough D, the ineligible kart. So once again, Loughborough D getting in the way when they do not count for points in this particular race. They are getting in the way of these fights, as you just see. I think that was the Warwick C driver Maciek Jukovic there, who was the spinner earlier.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Would we we're over halfway through the round now, being as we're coming up to the halfway mark of round 4. Race 4 even, of round 4. I thought just a little bit of an update at the midpoint then, or having just done all the maths for the first half of this round. Your clubhouse leaders at the moment are not Coventry A, it's Cambridge A at the moment, courtesy of a win and a second place so far, so really good stuff for them currently. And then Exeter A, so they're on 119. And then on 116 are Exeter A, and then third place provisionally at the moment is 113 points for Coventry A. Sorry, all those three-digit numbers I was saying, those are the scores. So 119 points that Cambridge A currently has, 116 for Exeter and 113 for Coventry.
Yeah, sorry Howard, Nottingham Trent A have just run relatively wide through hairpin 2. I think got caught out by a back marker, so they have now been overtaken by the 11 of Oxford Brooks C. That is, of course, Mr. Jack Noller. So Jack Noller up into third place, having overtaken the Nottingham Trent A car, as we just saw a penalty for the Queen Mary A car spinning under yellow flags.
Indeed, not quite the story that they had last race. In Clubman's, I'll just do a quick update on that. 103 points is how much Leeds A currently have They win. They're leading clubman subclass at the halfway mark in this round. Brighton A though and Kingston A are right on their tail though on 102 points for each of them. So there's 1 point in it at the front of clubman's, nice and close at the halfway mark. So those are the top three in your two classes. In the Prems, it's Cambridge A, Exeter A and Coventry A. Leeds A, Brighton A and Kingston A are your top three in clubman's. All of this is provisional and worked out by me with a spreadsheet. But that is what the spreadsheet of doom is saying at the halfway mark in round 4. Do hope you're enjoying this coverage of round 4 of the British University's Karting Championship for 2020. It's wet, it's drizzly, but it is the BUKC, and we do insist on going racing in February and March in the UK, and so that's kind of what happens.
So something I don't think we've mentioned throughout this race is that the Nottingham Trent A driver Sam Pooley didn't get to mention his name in the grid. He's climbed up from 34th place, and now finds himself in 4th. He was 3rd for a moment until he made a slight mistake, and Jack Noller got him for 3rd place. But still, another fantastic drive from the back of the grid, and to find himself now in 4th place, still fantastic from that driver.
6 seconds to the good then. Now we're past the halfway stage is Sam Cornell for Bath A at the head of this field, continuing what has been a highly impressive season for Bath University so far this season. Cambridge A going strong there in 2nd place. I mentioned that they were effectively the clubhouse leaders at the halfway stage. They're continuing to do a good job is Sam Massey. Look out for his green helmet on track in the number 14. We are currently with Nottingham Trent A. They're in 4th place, battling away with Loughborough A in the 17 and the 2 respectively.
Should just point out that at one stage, Sam Massey, you mentioned Sam Massey doing a good job, and yes, he absolutely has. However, at one stage he was only 1.9 seconds behind Samuel Cornell in the Bath A car. The gap is now 6.2 seconds. I think whether that's something gone wrong for Samuel Massey, or it just shows that Samuel Cornell actually had a lot of pace in hand, or has just got faster. We're not entirely sure, as the Loughborough A car of James Ireland now passed Sam Pooley for the Nottingham Trent A. So Sam Pooley now down into 5th place, as we have a warning for Birmingham A.
One thing I do just want to explain is you keep on hearing us say, oh, that team's ineligible, that team's ineligible. Well, I should probably just clarify what we're talking about there. These are teams where they haven't been able to fill out their team with a full roster of 4 drivers who fulfill the requirements that they are a current student studying at a British university. Round has gone Nottingham Trent A, and that's costly for them. Gets underway again almost immediately, and so he's only lost out to the points ineligible, that's topical, Loughborough D car, so he's managed to gather himself up again ahead of Exeter A and Josh Kraft. But that was quite the moment there for Sam Pooley.
He knew that you were talking about an eligible driver, so he thought he'd do that just so that we could
demonstrate the point. It's cost him nothing. There you go. Thank you.
There we go.
So yeah, these drivers have not been able to comply, and they'll have either. So in the case of Loughborough D, I imagine, I don't know this for a fact, but I imagine that it's populated with drivers from the other Loughborough teams who have had to step in because they can't fill out the team. They have had 1 points eligible drive, by the way. In race 3, they had a points eligible drive for a Loughborough D, so they are going to score points. But that's how it goes. They race in this championship basically at the discretion of the organisers. As up front, we know we haven't got eligible drivers here. A driver can only contest 1 race per round for their team. That's the important thing to bear in mind. So these drivers doing repeat races cannot be eligible for points. If you've got a Loughborough A driver who's also racing for Loughborough D in another race, you kind of want to favour the points on the Loughborough A team, so it's the Loughborough D team, for example, upon which you would declare them points ineligible. So that's where these points ineligible drives come from. Drivers dropping out, or just, life happens. At the end of the day, all these folks are doing a degree, and if there's an assessment or some such that comes up on an unfortunate date from the perspective of the championship, then that's something that the teams have to deal with.
Absolutely. Or just ask for the examination to be moved. One of the two. Anyway, where are we now? We are with the Huddersfield A driver.
We are indeed.
Whose name I had earlier is now escaped.
Can I just say, we're looking here at the number 4 of Birmingham A versus Brooks B, and that means he's just passed Brooks B for 11th place. Can I just point out that this is Jake O'Sullivan, who was facing the wrong way at the start of the race coming out of the S's for Birmingham A.
Yes, so
this is a very, very impressive recovery for him.
It's interesting you say that because also in the first hairpin we had Thomas Fox pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, good point.
And he's only running in 13th. And I know we've said it a few times that could we have gone from spinning at the first hairpin to 13th? Probably not. But considering the calibre of driver we have here, I'm a little bit. I don't want to use the word disappointed, but I'm surprised that Thomas Fox hasn't quite been able to make the progress through the field that I was expecting.
He's not angry, Tom. He's just disappointed. But no,
that's even worse.
So, yeah, absolutely. But this is the thing about Coventry. Heck, they spin on. Someone's had a spin way off there.
That's the Trinity.
It is Trinity.
Car, so they are. They were running quite well.
They were up in 10th. In the top 10 as the number 50 has had a drama. That's Brighton B. Taking back to the circuit. Haven't seen a black flag, so I imagine they had a kart issue that relegated them to the pit lane. But yeah, it's who's in the Trinity kart for this one, mate? Have we spotted that? Sam Johns.
Yes,
so unusual for Sam to have had a spin. Actually, I wonder if there was contact involved. We will keep an eye out on the penalties, but we've got 7 minutes of this one to go, and Sam Cornwall still leads by 6 seconds, but it is only 6 seconds, and that is because Sam Massey in the Cambridge car has just taken 1.2 seconds out of our leader. Now, there could be traffic coming into play. In fact, there's almost certainly traffic coming into play. Here is the leader, and then the second place there. Oh, that's quite the track limit, though, that he was risking being penalised for there, I have to say. There's third place, Oxford Brookes C. So there's Sam Massey's green helmet there. This is the second place runner.
What's interesting here, Howard, is that Sam Pooley in the Nottingham Trent A car, he had that spin,
but
he's still in fourth place. He's in fact in an overtaken.
He's got back past Loughborough.
Yeah, exactly. So he's putting in a blinder of a performance.
Yeah, we did this one, mate. It's purely just to demonstrate to us that Loughborough were ineligible.
And he also started last.
He did.
But very, very interesting.
Nearly last.
Nearly last. 34th. Apparently, but there we go. Anyway, we're looking.
What happens is Jacob goes to the back of the grid to interview the person in last place, and then a couple of them come out the pit lane because they've swapped carts or some such.
Basically what we're saying is it's Jacob's fault that we got that information from.
It sounds harsh when you say it that way, mate. But his sixth sense of stuff happening in this pit lane, it goes off in the rain. He can't do it quite as well. He's nodding in agreement.
Doesn't function when wet. That's the important thing there.
Right, let's leave that one for now. Right, so we've got 5 minutes left of this one. Here is a bit of contact going on between Warwick B in the 35 and the 32, which is not for position. Birmingham B on the 32. But they're on completely different laps.
So there's our race leader just going through your picture now. And Sam Massey is definitely closing up.
He is.
Obviously, Samuel Cornell has just had to overtake 3 drivers who are back markers. So we'll see the gap across the line. It's going to be less than what it was, surely. It's down to 3.4 seconds. We've got just under 5 minutes of this race left. And the pace we saw earlier, the comparison between Sam Massey and Samuel Cornell is starting to rear its head again. Yes, he was overtaking back markers, and Sam Massey does have to do it now. But in this battle of the Sams, Sam Massey's starting to come back.
Yeah, whilst we were saying that, I hate to say ill of my old unit, but I did think it was a bit robust there from what we saw from Birmingham B on the 35 of Warwick B, and they have picked up a penalty for it. Bump and pass, so 4 positions to be docked from wherever Birmingham B finished. Queen Mary have acquired one very similar, in fact identical, 4 positions to be taken off them, but they had already accrued some penalties, and it's fair to say this one not going quite as well as their race win earlier, as there's a spinner there at Garda.
Just in front of the leader as well, so we'll see, again, we will wait to see the gap across the line. Sam Massey's still got a driver in front of him. It's the 32 of Birmingham B who have, as you just mentioned, just picked up a penalty. I tell you, in general, whilst we wait for this fight to develop, a team that's not, as a general university, had the most brilliant of days, comparatively speaking, is Oxford Brookes.
I know what you mean. And this is what I was wondering. I don't want to imagine the story in my head and then make the facts fit my truth. But Brookes are a team who I would have expected to come to the fore had this been an enduro round.
I think so as well. Yes, I would agree with that.
They're always so strong and consistent in their stops. And the only stop that we saw from them at PFI that was a bit off, to my knowledge, was a battery failure. So they tend to be so consistent. They tend to regroup, and because they've got all the basics, because they've got 4 teams present, there's plenty of personnel to help out with the pit stops. As Huddersfield B go for a little spin there.
That could be a little bit significant, because that has held up. That has held up Samuel Cornell, and he just has a little look over his shoulder there. Risky game, that, particularly in the way I've suffered from that in the past, spinning in a straight line. No one wants to do it, but we'll see. As it has to be said, Sam Massey also still trying to come through the traffic, and that any advantage he might have been trying to gain there might be lost. The gap is coming down, but it is not coming down enough. It came down by 3/10 on that lap, so I think it's going to take something quite extraordinary. We've just seen a change for 4th place, and that is the battle.
They managed to get a cone penalty at the same time, did Loughborough D. So even if they were points eligible, they've just negated the position that they made in many ways. Exeter, running 6th and 7th. Good race for them so far. They're sitting quite nicely in this round. Exeter with a good points tally. I mentioned they were in amongst the top 3 earlier on. Josh Kraft in the Exeter A car, Max O'Shaughnessy in the Exeter B car. Was it Max who got the win for Exeter B this morning? Have I made that up?
He was up there for sure. I can't quite remember if he took the win or not.
So it was, yes.
It was, yes.
It was. I don't know why I'm having to pose that question. I've got the results in front of me here. So I seem to recall Josh Kraft has accrued a penalty earlier on in this race, but still good running from Exeter regardless. Here is Sam Massey in the 14 car. What's the time going to be this time around?
It's 2.9 seconds.
2.9 seconds is the gap. That'd be a very impressive lap time. But it's a 109. It's a 109.5 to Bath A's, to Sam Cornell's 1 minute 10.1. So another 0.3 of a second taken out of the lead on that lap. But I think it's going to be too little too late, unfortunately, for Cambridge A, because we've only got a minute left on the clock as Birmingham B get a penalty for rollback. That's a bit of a clumsy reason to get a penalty, if I'm honest. This is referring to the fact that if you go into a spin, you need to put your foot on the brake to stop your car rolling in reverse across the track. It's a big no-no in Club 100 racing. It's a big no-no in any form of racing, to be perfectly honest. If you go into a spin, as that driver just did for demonstration, right ahead of Sam Massey, not sure who that was, but Sam Massey's been able to navigate that okay. If you go into a spin, you must put your foot on the brake, stop your car rolling back across the circuit into the path of oncoming drivers. You want to be, if you've spun out, you're an obstruction. You want to be a static obstruction, not a moving one. We are going to come around. Surely, is this going to be called the last lap, I'd have thought?
Oh, well, there's only 10 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sam Cornell starts the last lap. The gap has gone back out to 3 seconds to this man there, who you just saw with the green helmet. Here is your race leader then, Sam Cornell, in the 31 Bath A car. He's driven a great race, and this continues what is turning into a superb season for the 31 Bath A squad. The number plate, or the number on the number plate, denotes roughly, by and large, some movement happens in this, but by and large it represents where that team finished the previous season. And you don't need me to tell you that 1 is significantly less than 31. So they are doing a cracking job so far this season, are Bath A, really taking the fight to the field. People slipping and sliding all over the place still, running wide. But this man has kept a clear head. Very easy to lose concentration. It's the mind that gets tired in these conditions, not so much the body. Trying to keep yourself on the limit of adhesion to the circuit. Sam Cornell is going to come round Cafe Corner and cross the line to take a brilliant win for Bath A in race 4 of round 4 of the BUKC. Sam Massey carries on a really strong run for Cambridge, and I think I'm going to have to do the maths, but that could put them on for winning this round. I think they've thrown down a very tough gauntlet for the other teams there, as that got a little bit leery across the line there between Exeter B and was it Nottingham Trent A?
It was Nottingham Trent A. What was that? That was Josh Kraft.
No, it
was Max O'Shaughnessy and Sam Pooley across the line. About 2/100ths of a second between them as they crossed the line. A little bit of a flourish from Sam Johns there as he crosses the line for Trinity in 13th.
Brooks C finished well there in 3rd place. Loughborough D in 4th. Exeter B in 5th. 6th was Nottingham Trent A. Birmingham A doing well to finish in 7th there after the spin early on. Exeter A in 8th, 9th place for Brooks B. Huddersfield A in 10th. I'm just going to go all the way to 12th because Loughborough A finished 11th and Coventry A, that recovery drive, up to 12th. Even when Coventry have an incident on the first lap, they finish in 12th. I won't go through all the rest, mainly because there are a fair few penalties to be applied, and so it probably wouldn't be wholly representative. But a brilliant win there from Bath A and Sam Cornell. He takes the win for race 4 in round 4. We do hope you're enjoying this coverage of round 4 of the BUKC, this Alpha Live Productions stream, with commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media. Shout out to everybody around the circuit who's here today supporting people. I know we've got a lot of people next door as well watching us on a screen. So hello to the people next door.
Hello, people next door.
I hope we're keeping you entertained. And we'll be moving on now. So that was one of our heavyweight races, so they had to be leaded up to 85 kilos in that one. Next up is going to be the penultimate race of the day, one of our lightweight races, the last lightweight race of the day. And we will be with you in just a moment. Hopefully we'll be down with Jacob in just a moment to get the driver's thoughts ahead of race number 5.
Three, two. Here we are with our race winner, Sam Cornwell. Sam, first race winner of the BUKC?
Yeah, first race win. To be honest, I wasn't really expecting it at all. But I came out of that one and I was like, this is looking promising. I think I was in the lead and I was like, just kept going. I thought someone would eventually catch us, but no one did. So it's a win, innit?
You were very much in the lead. You had a huge lead at one point, about 10 seconds. Sam Massey was chasing you down towards the end there. I don't know if you could see him over your shoulder.
Yeah, I was looking. It kept looking like he was getting closer, and then I put one lap in and I'd gap him a little bit, so I thought I had it under control, but yeah, I ran out of energy towards the end there a little bit, but yeah, it's good.
A big result for Bath. You were having a good year this year.
Yeah, it was. We did quite well in this morning's round. We got 9th overall, and yeah, could go well.
Well, thanks for talking to us, and all the best for the rest of the season.
Cheers, thank you very much.
There we have it, our race winner, Sam Cornwell. We are going to dive in over here, and we have Clubman Team Sheffield, Amy Jurger. Amy, correct me if I'm wrong. I say correct me if I'm wrong. I think I am wrong. How do you pronounce your surname?
Jurger.
Jurger, yes.
My first name's Amy.
Amy, right. I always go one wrong, and Howard and Andrew always do one wrong, so it's Amy Jurger. Okay, James and Howard, I hope you're listening to that. A strong race for yourself earlier and front row in this one. Can you win this?
I don't know. I've never driven here in the wet.
Okay.
But we'll see. I don't know. I had good pace earlier, so I was kind of hoping it was dry, but it is what it is.
Anyone in your race you've particularly got your eye on in terms of main competition?
Don't really know anyone's names, so no.
Strong, that. Just worry about your own race and let everyone else do their thing.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, then. Amy, thanks for talking to us, and all the best for the race. Let's go and find out for ourselves then. I believe reigning champions Coventry are over here. Tom, who's going out?
We've got Sam and George.
Sam Spinell is going out in this one. Sam, you fell victim of the onboard camera curse earlier, which is anyone we give an onboard camera to crashes out. You haven't got it this time. Can you do better?
Yeah, I'll try a top 6. Try beat it.
What's going on with this wire?
Oh, it's just I need to put it properly. But it's like a radio I use for 24-hour races.
Okay. You need a radio for this one as well?
No radio. I don't need help from Joe. I hate Joe.
You hate Joe. Joe didn't do very well in his second race, did he?
Nah, he finished 7th. I finished 7th in last race, but I started from further back. So Joe's getting demoted to D team.
Okay. He said the same about you, so it'll be interesting to see who's where at GYG. Speaking of demotions, I'm going to go have a quick chat with George, but all the best for the race. George, how you doing? Not too bad. Yourself and the A-team starting first and third. Yeah. Is this not the perfect opportunity? I say perfect opportunity. You've had several and taken several, but this is not the perfect opportunity to show them that you should have held your place in the A-team.
To be honest,
Honestly, I think I'm the 5th best driver in this team this year, which it is what it is. I'm going out to race my own race. If Sam wants to come past, he's going to have to make his way past. And I've even got Neil's seat insert for good luck today, so that's all.
All right, and so does that mean you're going to win this race?
I'm not saying anything. I don't want to jinx
Well,
it.
I'll stop the interview then if you're not going to say
To
anything.
be honest, I'm terrified. Look at the conditions. Look at all the fuel on the floor.
It's pretty wet, yeah.
Very wet, very oily. Anything could happen.
Absolutely anything. Well, all the best with that.
Thank you very much.
See you later. George Britton there, dropped from last year's A team, now in Coventry B team. Let's wander further back up the grid and see who we can pick out. We've got Matthew Taylor here, super champion, who's struggling to adjust his pedals. Do you need a hand?
No, I'm good, man, I'm good.
Okay. How's your day going?
Not too bad. Could be better, but we'll see.
These conditions, better or worse for you than this morning?
I was quick here last year in the small stint I had in the wet, so hopefully I'll keep that going.
Why only a small stint? Could you not be trusted?
No, it was in the first sprint race, it was wet and then it dried up.
So you're looking promising for this one?
I should hope so, yeah.
Well, all the best.
Cheers.
Shall speak to you after the race if you win.
Oh yeah.
I say that to everyone, but you know. Let's wander further back and make our way in here to see who this is looking lonely. Who's this here?
Rana.
Where's your teammates?
We've set up the car already, so...
And you're just getting in the zone. I've realised we just jumped in the way of the fuel bowser, so I'll let you get fueled up, but quick word, can you win?
Yes.
There we go. There we have it. Our race winner there for you. And we'll go this side because they seem to have fueled from the back on this side. And I will go and jump in with this man here, Jensen Brown. Jensen, how you doing?
Yeah, good.
Nice wetsuit you got on here. Nice Alpine stars. You prepared for this wet race?
Best as I can. Just gotta hope I can keep it on the track really. Starting all this way back, might get caught up in a few incidents, but
if you can avoid them, can you win?
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Well, do your best. Stick to the outside where there's lots of grip and no one spinning, and I'll speak to you after the race.
Cheers.
Jensen Brown there, our favourite Trenton B here in the BUKC. In behind him is Sam Lovelace, and I haven't had much of a chat with De Montfort. Sam, promising race from yourself earlier, and De Montfort are having a good day. Is it going to continue in this race?
I hope so, yeah.
What can we expect to see from you starting close to the back in this one?
Don't know really. The wet always throws in a curveball, so we'll have to see, I guess.
Are you good in the wet?
I'd like to think so, but we'll see.
What kind of tricks and tips have you got? Are you a go wide man, or are you a ride the curbs kind of person?
You'll have to wait and see, mate.
I'm so looking forward to it, Sam.
Top man.
See you in a bit. Sam Lovelace there. We've got time for maybe one more interview. Not sure who's going in this kart, but it's being fueled anyway. I would go and interview the man over my right shoulder, so it's going to have to be the 81, because I'm not interviewing Tom Thickpenny. Who have we got here?
Cambridge B.
Cambridge B. Yes. And who's the driver?
Angus Brett.
Angus. Yeah. How are you enjoying your afternoon at Buckmore Park?
It was good fun this morning in the dry. Haven't got a clue what I'm doing in the wet, so it's going to be a bit interesting, I think.
You haven't got yourself a wetsuit. You're going to be very soggy after this.
Oh, yes.
Angus there, who will be very soggy very soon. Max Reed is in for Loughborough B. Max, quick question. Can you win from the back?
Of course.
There we go. Lots of confidence from that young man. We're not going to speak to Tom Thickpenny. He doesn't like me talking to him before races. And also, he's ineligible for points. Watch out for his multicoloured helmet coming through the pack. But don't worry about it. He will not be winning. Right, back up to the comms box. Howard and James. This is, I believe, the penultimate race of the day.
Thank you, Jacob. We are here indeed to talk you through the penultimate race of the day, race 5 of round 4. Here is your grid. George Britton will start this one for Coventry B, with Ami Jurga in second place for Sheffield A. Sam Spinale and Sam Munro make up row 2 for Coventry A and De Montfort B respectively. Alex Meganson and Ibrahim Nasser for Leeds B and Imperial A respectively make up row 3. Row 4 we find Birmingham B, who just got disqualified from the last race for being underweight. Naughty, naughty. Jordan Herman will be hoping for better for them there. And then Andrew Wong starts alongside him on row 4 for Nottingham Trent B. Newcastle B have James Grant starting for them, and then it's Matthew Taylor for Oxford Brooks A to round out the top 10. Diego De La Torre for Manchester Met A, and Brighton B's Ben Chesters makes up row number 6. Row 7 is Kingston A's James Woodthorpe, and Swansea A's Alex Rees, and then it's Oxford Brooks D's Jorge Belloc Ruiz, and Bath A's Sam Baxter. Had a really good race in this morning's round. See how he goes there for row 8. Row 9 sees Newcastle A's Harry Jones take the start for them, with Queen Mary A having Anthony Small alongside. University of West of England A have Felix Connolly, and Southampton A have Christian Toma rounding out the top 20. Row 11 is Loughborough C's Ben Watkin, with Hertfordshire A's Callum Jenkins alongside. Row 12 is Rana Menon for Warwick C and Scott Van Breda for Bath B. On to row 13, Aston A have Chunto Chan, Nathan Little starts for Brighton A alongside. Row 14 is Ben Brewster and Jensen Brown for Nottingham A and Exeter B. Then it's Huddersfield A and De Montfort A to round out the top 30. Oxford haven't turned up, so it's Cambridge B in 31st. Then it's Loughborough B, Loughborough D, ineligible for points, and Trinity A round out your grid, and we're good for a start right away. They don't have the warm-up laps, remember. George Bridson leads them away, experienced driver for Coventry, but Ami Jurga is going to try and go round the outside of turns 1 and 2 as they head away. George Bridson's been able to hold on, and it's a strong start as well from Coventry A and Sam Spinale. Unsurprisingly, it's a better start for him than it was for his round 3 race this morning, as it's the usual jostling for position behind them. We've got a spin in the middle there for the number 44 of Manchester Metropolitan A. It's not gone their way in this one, but Sam Spinell, you could just see in the back of your shot, trying to go around the outside of George Bridson's got the job done. So it's Sam Spinell to the front for Coventry A, ahead of Coventry B. It's Coventry 1-2 right now, but Ami Jurga in the Sheffield A car has something to say about that and would dearly like to get past Mr. Bridson for second place. De Montfort B and Sam Munro have been able to hold on to 4th place in the early stages of this, but it's a good start, dream start for Coventry, almost a dream start, as Ami Jurga tries to go down the inside of George Bridson into guard. You can see now how the light's starting to fade on us here at Buckmore Park. Floodlights are on. That means that tinted visors are a bit of a no-no now, but it's Sam Spinale who's going to lead them across the line at the end of lap 1. With Ami Jurga for Sheffield A in second, and George Bridson in third for Coventry B, now under pressure from Matthew Taylor in the Brooks A cart.
Brilliant start from the front 3 guys. Obviously Coventry B not Sam Spinell, but the Coventry B guy dropping down quite a lot. It's George Bridson, dropping down there, and Ami Jurga getting a decent start as well, maintaining second place, but obviously Sam Spinell now doing what he didn't do in the first race and keeping it on track, not driving into a wall, and he now takes the lead. Looking down through the grid, we've got a number of drivers making some fantastic progress through the field, chief of which being De Montfort A.
Yep,
but
Sam Lovelace doing what Sam Lovelace does best and working his way up the order. How has he got up 20 places on lap number 1? There he is going through your shot in the number 16. We need to stick an onboard on him next time out. Seriously, this guy seems to be a master of just picking his way up through the field.
We've tried it once, and we saw how that went. Let's not talk about it again. Anyway,
there's a will, as there is a move on George Bridson by De Montfort B's Sam Munro. So Coventry B down to 5th now, I believe, as we come on to lap number 3. And that was Matthew Taylor, who just saw Doughty down the inside of Sheffield A, as back here over 6th place. This is Sam Spinale. Tackles Leeds B's Alex Meganson over 6th place there, and he's made it stick as we cut back ahead to the battle over 3rd there between Oxford Brooks A and De Montfort B. Now George Bridson battling away with is that
it's the Leeds B car?
It's Sam Munro. No, sorry, it's De Montfort B.
Alex Meganson is the one who Sam Briston is. George Briston even is fighting with. They've got a mechanical flag for Aston A. That's unfortunate for them in the Chanto
Chun.
That's the one. But yeah, so now what are we watching? We've got the 18 versus also we've got Ami Jurga versus Matthew Taylor for second place. Matthew Taylor going down the inside at Garda, and he has got the move done on Ami Jurga, but Ami Jurga is going to fight back up the hill and has got the place back coming through Cafe. So the inside line working for Matthew Taylor once, but not working any more. So Ami Jurga crossing the line now in second place. Meanwhile, we have got the George Brisden now in fifth place, and he is going up against the De Montfort B driver. I believe that is, I'm correct in saying,
it's Munro, Sam Munro.
It's Sam Munro. So it's Sam Lovelace in the De Montfort A kart just behind. So both of them big movers on that race. In fact, no, sorry, I take that back. Sam Munro was starting at the front. It's Sam Lovelace who has made the brilliant progress through there. We've got a track limit warning for Hertfordshire A. And just looking through the field as well, we've got the two Loughborough B have made decent progress on this particular lap. They're up 3 places, and promised we weren't going to mention him, but it has to be said, Tom Thickpenny in the ineligible Loughborough D kart has climbed from the back of the grid to 8th place. So again, some really big movers in this round 4 here at Buckmore Park. As we just watch Sam Spinell going through Cafe Curve, we're going to look for Ami Jurga and Matthew Taylor. It looks like Matthew Taylor now has got the move done on Ami Jurga, coming through Cafe, got a brilliant drive out of Garda through Senna, and now finds himself in second place. But he has got to watch out for Ami Jurga behind, because she is definitely a woman on a mission, and it is what we love to see.
I do just want to say that by my maths here, Cambridge A getting that second place, courtesy of Sam Massey, in that last race, I believe has thrown down a scoreline that cannot be broken. So I think it's fair to say I can't find any team who can overhaul them at this point. So I think it's congratulations towards Cambridge A. I want to stress, as ever, as provisional, the official results not published yet, but their scoreline is a first and 2 second places, and there's not really a team who are able to match that.
Good little battle going on here in the lower reaches of the top 10. We just saw the ineligible Tom Thickpenny going through there for Loughborough D. According to Lifetime, he is currently 7th, but I think he is a little bit higher up than that. He's certainly in front of De Montfort B and Leeds B, as well as Aston A get a second mechanical flag of the race.
Have we mentioned as well, Hertfordshire A have reported the pit lane for a black flag having taken out another competitor. It can happen in these conditions. You just outbrake yourself, you make contact with someone, but unfortunately, if you have made that misjudgment, that is one that is penal, can induce a penalty, as De Montfort B and Loughborough B go side by side through turns 1 and 2, Conway's and Henry's Bend, and that has gone the way of Loughborough B. Max Reed having a really good drive here from towards the back of the grid. Jacob asked him on the grid, can you win from the back? He said, absolutely I can, and he's giving it his best shot. So fair play to Max Reed at the moment, piloting that number 6 Loughborough B kart.
He's got, if he was going to try and win this race, he's got an awful lot of time to make up to Sam Spinell in the Coventry A kart, but he has certainly had a fantastic start and has got the likes of Sam Lovelace and Ami Jurga within his sights if he can keep it on the track and if he can make sure that he doesn't find himself in any difficulty. Speaking of Ami Jurga, she has just been overtaken by Tom Thickpenny, once again in the ineligible Loughborough D kart, but on this occasion for Loughborough D, it is easy to spot who is in that kart, because obviously we're very familiar with Tom Thickpenny for his name and also for his beautiful sunset helmet.
Indeed. The bad news for UWTSD is they've got a cone penalty. The good news is that Ryan Davies, in spite of that penalty, has got himself up to 12th place on the road from the back of the grid. So there's only one place that you get docked for a cone penalty. That's a reshowing of the same penalty as far as I can tell. Coventry A in the lead of this one, though. As I say, even if they did win this one, they still can't overhaul Cambridge A. But there's a good little battle going on for the last few podium places. BUKC have had a very strong round, as that looked like an interesting moment there for the X to B kart. Who's at the wheel of that one? It is Jensen Brown in this one for X to B. They've had a good round as well. Make no mistake about that. X to B right in the hunt with 163 points, on at the moment.
Sam Spinell just putting in the fast lap of the race, a 1:07.2. what we're looking at right now. We're looking at pretty much boned-on wet conditions. This will be the wettest track will be without it actually properly raining. When that's the time when we get into sort of the plus 1 minute 10s. We've now got a fantastic fight going on between that is the Coventry B kart of George Brisden and Sam Munro in the De Montfort B kart. So it's battle of the B karts heading down into hairpin 1. George Brisden there keeping it in front of James Munro for the moment. Sorry, Sam Munro even just getting the name slightly confused there. But yeah, so George Brisden is hanging on to the lead right now. In fact, there's that's another interesting line from the Exeter B kart, who is Jensen Brown in that race. So whether he's having a fight with the karts around him remains to be seen. But if that is the line he's taking, it's a bold call to say the least, Howard.
Yeah. Don't forget, by the way, George Bridson, when we're talking about him, George Bridson is a BUKC championship winning driver, serving as he did on the Coventry A squad that took the championship last year. He is on the Coventry B squad this year, but do not make the mistake of thinking that takes away at all
race
from
winner
his ability
in the
at the wheel.
qualifiers,
Absolutely won a race already this year for the Coventry B squad. So George Bridson, a fantastic job that he continues to do for the Coventry squad. And having dropped back a little bit at the start of this one, he's managed to find his rhythm now and is battling away as we look slightly further up the road at... Actually, no, we don't look further up the road. This is them in the shot now. Beg pardon. Doing a fantastic job and battling away there with De Montfort B.
Obviously, he is currently running in 7th place. That will become 6th with the inevitable love for D kart. We should also mention that he is currently just under 4 seconds off Ami Jurga in the Sheffield A kart. So that is a fight that could develop as this race goes on. They were having a good old tussle right at the start of this race, so depending on what happens there, you just see her going through shot there as the Exeter B kart, the Leeds B kart, I should say, of... it's Exeter B.
No, it is. It's Jensen Brown in the Exeter B kart and the number 37 challenging Sam Munro in that De Montfort B kart, and he's got the job done, has he? Yes, he has, if he can get good drive up the hill. It's the 21 kart of Leeds B and Alex Megginson that's hovering just behind them, looking to pick up the spoils of war if they should come his way. So there's George Bridson in the 25. He's in 7th place for Coventry B. Then it's Exeter B, the number 37, in 8th place with excuse me, I've just had a complete mental blank. It is Jensen Brown. I just said his name. Yes, Jensen Brown in that one. Then it's Sam Munro in the De Montfort B car, and then it's Alex Megginson in the 21 of Leeds B. We got there, folks. Thankfully, they didn't swap positions whilst we were saying that. We're heading towards the halfway mark then of the last of the lightweight races today. We've barely really spoken about the lightweight heavyweight thing today. It's not a major factor. It's just about, as George Bridson does need to be a little bit careful of track limits there. And the number 60 of Warwick C emerges from the pit lane after a black flag for taking out a fellow competitor. That was a couple of minutes ago that they were issued with that.
Sorry, Howard, overtaking manoeuvre there by Jensen Munro, Jensen Brown even, on George Bridson for 7th place on the road. So making good progress there is the Exeter B driver. But you mentioned the heavyweight lightweight thing. I came into this a little bit unsure of how it might work, sort of, going to be missing the endurance races because it is a very entertaining form of racing. But I have to say the randomness of the results that have been thrown out, as we mentioned earlier, the way that Oxford Brooks have seemingly struggled in this round today, picking up a couple of places in terms of penalties and all that, that's something we wouldn't see in endurance racing. So I think it would, racing-wise, at the very least, it seems that it has created the type of races that we want to see in the BUKC.
Yeah, I mean, there's the two elements that we're trying out, aren't there? There's the lightweight, heavyweight thing, which we did for the first time back at PFI, and we're trying out here. And then there's this doing the double sprint format. I'm a big fan of the endurances. I make no, I don't shy away from that at all. I really do enjoy those races, but obviously this format has provided some decent racing this afternoon. The lightweight heavyweight thing hasn't really had much of a bearing, if I'm being honest, on proceedings so far this season. It's just a different weight limit for drivers to comply with. Maybe it's given an opportunity for the heavier drivers to maybe have a more competitive field to compete against. But it's a subject of some debate. We had quite the debate about this within the paddock last season, And this format's just been brought in just to keep everybody happy on that front, as Hertfordshire A get themselves a track limit penalty, but they're not having the best time of it out there.
Someone was that. There was someone went round there. Who was that?
It's the
That
number
was
60.
It's the Warwick system.
Yeah, they're a little way down the order, but
running in 33rd at the moment.
Yep.
So we're not too concerned.
So we stay with the. Well, I want them to have a good race.
Of course. Sorry, we wish no.
Oh, and that's George
Bridson.
Bridson in the Coventry B kart from 8th place. Spins round of his own accord. There was no contact in that one. So a moment there for Bridson. Bit of a scary place to lose it as well through Time Sweet, but he gets back underway.
I've just noticed there's someone going around without a number plate on, so that is confusing. Who that was? So we're going to watch this once again. Coming down to Siamese, you can see he's already on. We've got someone else off in pit lane.
We've got a spinner.
Who's that?
Out of the S's. So you can't see this on screen because we're still watching the replay.
But
so just out of shot before they come to this shot, we've got a driver. You can see the green flag light waving at that marshal post. That's because there's yellows in the mid-section of the lap. They're underway again now. And they're going to come they are going to come through, but we're going to cut away. I'll keep an eye on timing as to who that was, but there was a driver spun out to driver's left coming out of the S's. They seem fine. They just they ended up spun out and in the wall. That was unrelated to George Britson's incident, though.
Brighton A, I think, have gone. I think it's Brighton A.
I'm not sure that lap time's slow enough for what I just saw. We'll just keep an eye on timing.
We will keep an eye on it for the moment if it was anyone who was running towards the front. Meanwhile, Sam Spinell is still out in front. He's just actually put in the fastest sector 3 of the race.
Actually, I think Luke was right. I think it's the 98 of Hertfordshire A. Sorry, it was Darren. I think I just saw a hand pointing at the screen. I didn't even see who it was. Sorry, Darren. It was just an arm in front of me. Yeah, it was Hertfordshire A. They just had a spin. But they're back underway again now.
Yeah, but coming back to the George Bridson crash, it looked like he lost the rear coming into the Syme sweep, and then once that goes, it's difficult to recover it from that point, and it just came round to him. So it's an unfortunate thing to happen, but it is something that can happen in these conditions, and he now finds himself down in 11th place behind the likes of Bath B, Leeds B, De Montfort B, and actually all the B teams. It's B team all the way down from 7th through to 12th. So it's good representation there for the B teams.
This is your race leader. It was. He just came through his shot. There he is, Sam Spinell, doing what he does best in the wet conditions. You'll see him leaning into the corners. There he is. We used to call him the leaning tower of Hertfordshire. He used to drive for that squad in the BUKC, and he used to lean more than I've ever seen a driver lean, and he's doing it again here. It's been a while since we've seen this in the BUKC, but Sam Spinell now becoming the leaning tower of Coventry. There we go, that's the technique. Likes to shift his weight around in the kart, does Mr. Spinell, and it works well for him in these conditions, it has to be said. He is leading by 12.7 seconds. He's just set the fastest lap of the race the last time through, a 106.399, and he just uses that to shift his weight around in the car, get the grip focused on the wheels that he wants. Brooks Ayer in second, 12 seconds behind him. That's Matthew Taylor at the wheel of that one. Loughborough D, we don't care about them insofar as they're not eligible for points. They're running in third place, which means your net third place is De Montfort A at the moment, with Sam Lovelace at the wheel in the number 16 kart.
Again, having another driver to have climbed so far up the grid from 30th place. And also we have to talk about Max Reed in the Loughborough B kart, who currently holds 5th place, which is a net 4th, and he has climbed from pretty much the back of the grid, the second to last row of the grid, 32nd up to a net 4th place. So a fantastic drive from him. As we've just got a spinner in the middle of the track,
outside of our comms window,
but that's the number 20 of Aston A. So bad. I think talking towards sort of the lower reaches of the Premier class, it's a class that doesn't get mentioned all the time. That, you know, your likes of Swansea, your likes of Aston. I don't think it's been the best of days for them. So particularly Aston A, looking at what they've been doing. It's a shame to see it, but sometimes you do have these rounds where you have just got to say, you know what, this was not our day. Dust it off. Let's drop round. Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, quite a bit of field spread in this one. The best battle I can see out there in the upper part of the order, as there's a spinner down at paddock, is the battle between De Montfort B and Bath B. I'm wondering if we can pick this up. They're just coming through Syme Sweet now. I can see out of the window. This is between the 40 and the 53. They're fairly close together. I don't think we've mentioned Bath B. It's Scott Van Breda in that kart, is in the 53. We're looking at Matthew Taylor in the Brooks A kart. That's because he's beginning to get the attentions of that man there in the 73. But here we are. We've picked up. Nice pickup, guys. We've got the 40 of De Montfort B just went through a shot with the 53 as well. We cut back to the battle there that's for second place, albeit it's not for points. Now we're back at hairpin 1, where we're looking for the number 40. There's the 37 of Exeter B in 7th. Then there's the 53 of Bath B in 8th, and 9th for De Montfort B. So these guys are some of the closest together of the top 10. The 21 of Leeds B is with them as well in 10th place.
And it's George Bridson who would be just behind this battle.
Yep, Britain's not too far down the road. He's a couple of seconds behind them.
Bath have got a penalty, but they are much further down the grid.
They're in 18th, not having their best run, although to be fair to them, one of the standards set by one of their teammates is winning. So it's a harsh level we're setting.
Wasn't it? Two of them won their race.
What, Bath?
Yes, I could have sworn.
Only within this round they've won one.
Oh, okay. Never mind. They've got this driver here running through without a number plate, which is incredibly helpful. But there we go.
I'm sure they didn't do it despite us.
Well, there has to be how do you lose a number plate? There has to be a logical reason behind it. But there we go. So it's George Bridson we are looking at currently. What is the gap between him and the Leeds B kart
it's a couple of seconds,
Alex Megginson? So someone had a little bit of a moment there. That was the 21, I want to say.
So Leeds B that was. So they're right in this battle as Bridson goes a bit wide in hairpin 1. Now he's got to be careful because Nottingham Trent B aren't too far behind them, which is not the kart without a number plate in your shop, because Nottingham Trent B is the 74 there. With Andrew Wong at the wheel of that effort. So these guys are just down behind the battle that we were just talking about between the likes of Bath B, De Montfort B and Leeds B. This is just slightly further back, over 11th place. There is the 40 of De Montfort B with the 21 of Leeds B following it. And as I say, looking at this, there's quite a bit of field spread amongst the top runners in this race. As I say, this is the closest battle going on in the upper part of the field. Who else out there is having a good battle? Huddersfield A and Nottingham A, two teams who we usually talk about being at the sharp end. They're battling over 18th place at the moment. So, a bit of an unusual place to find those two teams battling away. But look out for the number 8 and 9 on your timing to the left-hand side of your screen.
They are two teams that are going to benefit from the penalty for Bath A. They're directly behind Bath A, they are 7 teams. So it's not Huddersfield A, Nottingham A, Brighton A, and Loughborough C, who stand to make places from the Bath A penalty. Yep. Meanwhile, George Briston still keeping a decent gap to Andrew Wong, as we now cut over to the Syme Sweep. We just saw there Jensen Brown going through for the Exeter B kart, and we've got Amy Jurger, who had a decent start to this race. We haven't mentioned her too much, or seen too much of her even since the start, and she is she's keeping a decent gap to Jensen Brown. It's just under 2 seconds, but we've just under 3 minutes left of the race to go. I think it is fair to say that she should have this one relatively covered off. Obviously, as we've been mentioning, this is just on track. It's a net add 1 place to each of them, thanks to Tom Thickpenny, who has actually overtaken Matthew Taylor in the Oxford Brooks A kart. But again, that's only just for racing pride. Will ultimately still be second place for the Oxford Brooks A kart.
Yeah, driven a good race here as Amy Jurger, running around in 6th place. Yeah, okay. she's having a quiet run right now. There is Jensen Brown trying to close her down in the 37, by the way, the bright yellow helmet in the background. But it's all about keeping the concentration. If you're having a quiet race, it means you've not got as much to focus the mind on. You're not chasing someone or being chased, so it can be difficult to keep the pace up, but she's managing that. Indeed, she just set a personal best the last time around, a 108.2, so doing a good job for Sheffield A there. A team who, if memory serves correct, didn't have the strongest of mornings in round 3. I think they're on for a slightly better result this time around. In fact, second, the highest placed of the clubman runners in this one are Sheffield A, so good job from Amy Jurger there in that number 18 kart.
Just coming up to lap the 19 of Oxford Brooks D down 29th place.
Yeah, again, it's an interesting one, isn't it? The Brooks one. There is Jensen Brown in the Exeter B kart. Exeter B have had a strong round, and running in 7th place, Jensen Brown is going to bring their racing for the day to a good finish, because this is the last race for Exeter B. Some of our teams will have finished their racing for the day. Remember, each team takes part in 4 out of the 6 races, as there has been a change for second again. That is Matthew Taylor getting back past Tom Thickpenny. As I say, we tried to pull the focus away only because Loughborough D aren't eligible for points. I just want to make that clear. They are having a really good battle out there. Next time around, though, the man who's about to come through your shot there, the number 1 kart of Sam Spinell in the Coventry A machine, is going to start the final lap next time around, as he puts a lap on
Trinity A.
It is Trinity A,
That's
isn't it? In the number 12.
Should just point out as well that somewhere along the way, George Brisden has been overtaken by Andrew Wong. No, sorry, not Andrew Wong. No, sorry, it's Andrew Wong's fallen by the wayside. So that battle is that battle has come to an end. We've got the Newcastle B driver of James Grant, only competition for George Brisden for 11th place. Obviously, George Brisden, if you weren't watching earlier, suffered a little spin. Having started from 2nd place, he was running in just trying to catch Amy Jurger for 6th place, but it ended up being he had a spin down at the Simon Sweep, and we're now going to be tracking Sam Spinell on his route to victory, obviously barring any absolute catastrophes at this stage. But the Leaning Tower of Coventry is now slowly but surely making his way through Pullman's. He has got a couple of karts in front of him, the 36 of Swansea A, who had a quiet race down in 14th, and Trinity is the team just behind him. But he has come through Garda, put in a brilliant performance, took the lead on the first lap of the race, and has not looked back since, heading up the hill towards Cafe Corner. He's not going to catch the guys in front of him. Those guys will get one more lap, but Sam Spinell is going to come across the line and take the victory for the final lightweight race of the day.
He sets the fastest lap of the race just to finish off as well.
Just for a bit of flourish. Well done, that man. We're going to look now for the Oxford Brooks A car of Matthew Taylor, coming across the line any moment now. It's about 16-second gap. It's going to take a while, and there they go.
Tom Thickpenny got by actually on the last lap.
Did, and actually De Montfort A were not too far behind in the end, just a couple of seconds. Went for the Loughborough B car. Brilliant drive by Max Reed from the back of the grid up to what will be a net 4th place, and now we wait for Amy Jurger to cross the line again. Big field speed. In fact, we've cut away from the finish line to see as the karts pull in. Just seeing that there goes the De Montfort. There goes the is that De Montfort B? No,
there goes Jensen Brown.
A.
That's Exeter B.
B. Amy Jurger's fallen.
Amy Jurger's fallen off somewhere. She's now crossed the line. There she is. She's dropped a couple of places on that last lap. So some drama must have befallen. It's a 1:14. So she lost at least 4 or 5 seconds on that last lap. So drama there for Sheffield A. Still. Oh, and in doing so, I'm sorry to say that Sheffield A are no longer the highest placed clubman's finisher in that one, because it's actually De Montfort B. And Sam Munro who have taken that from them. So on the last lap, Clubman's switched round there. So bit of drama there in the Clubman's subclass at the end of race number 5. That was your penultimate race of the day. Next up will be race number 6. It will be a heavyweight race as the floodlights are on here at Buckmore Park. Thank you very much for joining us. Do please like, share, subscribe, whatever is the appropriate
All that jazz.
Good citizens duty thing to do when watching the stream. You know what I mean? The social media button. If it says like or subscribe, whatever it is.
Do the follow.
What's the umbrella term for all those actions? I don't know. Anyway, do be sure, please, like, share, subscribe. Let's get people talking about the series because it's a heck of a lot of fun. And you can access, of course, all of the streamed rounds after the fact on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So if you're watching this and going, oh my goodness, I really wish I'd have seen rounds 1 and 2 of PFI, it's there. Go and have a watch. To be honest with you, even if you want to go back to the qualifiers, we didn't do the video stream on that one, sorry to say, but we were there, Double Dash. All three of us were there at various points over the weekend. You can go and have a listen to that on our Mixcloud. Check it out. So you can go back and retrace the entire season thus far if you're in the unfortunate position to have missed the action. That, though, was a win for Coventry A and Sam Spinell, the leaning tower of Coventry. I think we can use that phrase. Now, we'll be back in a moment's time with race 6. Hopefully we'll be able to go down to the grid and Jacob to get some of the drivers' thoughts.
Down here in the pits, I say in the pits, we're out on the track, obviously. Sam Spinell's gone missing, so we're going to have to wait for that interview until some point in the near future. Let's go talk to the drivers on the grid for our very last race of the day, race 6, round 4, BUKC 2020. And we'll start right at the front with Rory Smith, who is kitting out the Birmingham A kart. Rory, how are you doing?
I'm alright, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad. Decent race for yourself earlier. Third, was it?
Yeah, unfortunately I just wasn't as quick as those two boys. They're both very good. I tried my best, but third was the best I can manage. So hopefully we can go a little bit better in this one. But we shall see. The boys have done a good job so far this round, so there's not too much pressure on me, but you know, still want to do well.
High hopes for a solid finish in Clubman's then?
Yeah, hopefully. That's what we're aiming to do at least.
Cheers that, Roy. Have a good race.
Thank you, mate.
Rory Smith there, Birmingham's star driver. I'm going to have a quick chat with Matthew Taylor about that one. Just dive straight in here. You've been out, haven't you?
No.
I swear you've done 2 races already.
I've done the one.
All right then, fine. I was going to chat with Matt, but now I'm chatting to you and he's walked off. So if you've only done the one, then you're 5th, was it?
6th.
Okay. This one, what are you thinking of?
Hopefully a win. That'd be nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen who else is knocking about?
I don't really want to. Oh, there's your man there or something like that. Yeah.
Rory Smith, yeah, Birmingham A.
Yeah, so gotta have something to do, I guess. As long as it rains a bit more, we want more rain.
More rain? Yeah. It's damp enough already, Carl.
Yeah, we like it. We're getting into track talk again, you know, it's got to be...
Stop it.
No, I'm talking about the track. Yeah. Your mind is terrible.
Me?
Me? Yeah, you. Needs to be slippery. But a nice sheen on it, if you know what I mean.
A nice sheen.
Yeah.
There we have it.
It's not quite there yet. Not
quite there. We want a nice little sheen. All right. You haven't seen Sam Spinell around, have you?
I think he just walked down. He was here a second ago, I swear.
Yeah, I know. That's my problem.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go find him.
Problem, that's not
you have a good race.
Thank you very much.
Sam Spinell will be around somewhere. Darren's just come this side. I was about to go that side. Coventry was somewhere about halfway up here, so I'll try and ask someone for them. In fact, I've just spotted 1 or 2 of them over that side now. But instead, we're going to jump in with the number 95, who I don't believe we've spoken to. Am I right in thinking this is Hertfordshire?
Sorry?
Am I right in thinking this is Hertfordshire?
No, Coventry.
Coventry. I've spoken to Coventry. Coventry B?
D team.
Okay. Do you know where Sam Spinell is?
I'm afraid not, but he'll be in the car park somewhere.
That's my issue. I'm here to interview him for his race win in the last one, and he's run off.
What can I do? He's always running off with the wins.
Never mind. What can you do then? What can you do in this race?
Have fun.
If you have fun, you won.
Exactly. Oh, that's why I'm in the D team, mate.
I love the enthusiasm.
Thank you.
Have a good race.
I will.
Coventry D, let's find a team who we definitely haven't spoken to. Have we spoken to the number 11, Callum James? I'm looking for someone. I'm going to over here. I'm looking for Angus. Do you know where Angus is?
Oh yeah, he's right there.
Yeah, Angus. Mr. Fender, how are you?
Cold and wet, but apart from that, not too bad.
You got some good news for us.
Yeah, wait. Good news from when? Depends which day you
Tell us all your good news, Angus.
Well, I joined a manager, which is nice. So Simon Go Motorsport Management, which is a good start. And then also last week signed for Two Seas Motorsport, brand new team to race the McLaren in British GT this year, in GT3.
Lots of fantastic. This is Sam Spinell. I will make this quick because I need to speak to Sam. But tell us a little bit about GT3 quickly.
No, basically they're all road-based cars, but stripped down to be a racing version. So the 720S is taking an already fast enough car and making it even quicker. So it's quite a big privilege to be able to race a car like that.
And does your skill in those cars translate to go-karts in the wet?
Well, I mean, the skill in this is what matters at the moment, but any experience is good experience, regardless whether it's in cars or karts. I used to do a lot of karts. This will be good. I'm looking forward to it.
Show us what you can do, Angus. Show us what you can do.
Cheers, let's go.
Angus Fender there. We'll go up Sam Spinell really quick. Sam, come with me over here. We'll run off that way as soon as the kart's set off, but a storming win there.
Yeah, Leaning Tower Belgium's back, so.
They've been calling you the Leaning Tower of Coventry in the comments box.
Oh yeah, I'll take that. That's better.
And has this put Joe Furler in his place?
Yeah, Joe can finally shut up now. Nah, Joe's good. Yeah, we had a bit of an argument. No, we didn't really, but yeah, we're actually best friends. Yeah.
Okay. I lose track of what is and isn't going on with you guys. You'll be lovers at GYG, and then at finals you'll be at each other's throats again.
And then, yeah. No, but it was a good race. It was quite calm for me. And it was just about creating a gap and then keeping it.
I seem to remember, must be 2-3 years ago now, you came here in similar conditions and had a storming win for Hertfordshire.
Yeah, I won both races for Hertfordshire, right? So yeah, anyway.
Right. Me and you need to run off this way. Back to you guys in the comms box for the last race of the day. Howard, James, talk us through race 6 of round 4.
Welcome back to Buckmore Park from the perspective of the BUKC. We're here for the final race of the day. It's a heavyweight race, and here is your grid. So on pole position, we have Rory Smith for Birmingham A. Then it's Manchester Met A, Matthew Tomlinson in second place for Manchester Met A. Second row is Leeds A, Jack Fisher in third, and Oxford Brooks A, Carl Morby in fourth. Row 3, Newcastle B for Carl Knight in fifth place, and Trinity B, Ewan Howes is 6th. Row 4 is Swansea A in 7th and Warwick B in 8th place with Thomas Sheriff. We'll just wait for the remainder of this grid. In 9th place is Kingston A, Jack O'Toole, and 10th place goes to Sheffield A, Callum Barnett. Row 6 for Loughborough A, Tom Thickpenny and William Metcalf in Coventry D. Coventry B are 13th with Mattis Grigalauskas, and in 14th it's Huddersfield B, Ben Hinchliffe, yes. Nottingham Trent B, 15th with Fraser Gasby, and Oxford Brooks C, Callum James lines up in 16th place. Oxford Brooks B, Angus Fender is 17th and 18th place to Henry Jackson in the Nottingham A car. Loughborough B are in 19th and Oxford are not in this race, so they are not there. Row 11 for Cambridge B, Ryan Wilkins, and Bournemouth A, Jason Smith. Row 12 for Nottingham Trent A, Scott Jeffs, and Manchester A, Ollie Phillips. On to row 13, we have Warwick A, Albert Legutko, and 26th Birmingham C, Andrea Montesano. On row 14, we have Oliver Davis for UEA and Nottingham Trent C, Dante Dillon in 28th place. The Loughborough C are 29th with Matthias Reed Simpson, and in 30th place Southampton A, it's Carlos Guilherme Boschetto in there for the Southampton A team. Bath B, Joe Davison in 31st place, and in 32nd it is Aston A, Joshua Northall rounding off that row there. And finally we have Exeter A, Ryan Luscombe in 33rd, Cambridge A, Alistair Senior in 34th, and rounding off this grid is Tom Raw for London South Bank A.
Thank you, James. I'm just going to give you a really quick update as they come at the hill. Cambridge A have secured this one. They now can't be overhauled, but there's a good little battle going on. Oxford Brooks A could get themselves on the podium here, so that's one to look out for. Exeter A as well need a good race here to get themselves onto the podium, but we're away for the final race of the day. Rory Smith gets a good start for Birmingham A and through as well, and there's a bit of action here further back. Incidents there involving amongst others, the 26 of Manchester A. Happy to say that everyone's got back underway again, as there's a spinner there as well at hairpin 1.
Very untidy. And there's, I believe that's the Swansea A car on the grass. Don't restart from the grass.
And the other thing, the reason I think this is happening, James, is whilst they were forming up, I can see from a puddle outside, that's my reference point, that it is raining the heaviest. Dazzle down, that's Tom Thickpenny round after contact in the S's. So that's drama there. Live timing just put a false start flag on the screen, but I'm not seeing any flags out there to back that up.
We'll wait
so
to
I
see.
don't think that. No, it's come up.
We've got yellow flag. We've got yellow flags out.
Yeah,
I
but no
think
one's waving them out there. So I'm
no. We've got.
skeptical.
We've got marshals on the track, so there's a full start.
Yeah,
cool. So that
full start.
That's good news for quite a few teams. I couldn't help but notice as the race time has been deducted by 5 minutes. It was a very messy start, but I think it has to be said that the rain has come down again.
It's coming down the heaviest it has done for quite a few hours.
Absolutely.
To be honest.
So some of the carts I noticed in there, I saw the Swansea A car of Ryan Edwards, who'd got a great start, all of a sudden finding himself on the grass. So we'll look now to see who are the big sufferers in that start, who will benefit the most. Leeds A, we've got Trinity B falling down 18 places. Loughborough A, Tom Thickpenny we saw there going off at the S's. As Warwick B dropped down the most to 24th, from 24th place down into 34th place. And we'll look to see other drivers as well. But very, very interesting start there. The rain came down, and obviously we have the least amount of light we've had all day as well. I've got a trustworthy puddle. I think it's the same puddle you might have been looking at, Howard. Just out of Pullman's there, and you can see it's coming down much heavier than it has done recently.
I just want to finish off on what I was saying about the round. Cambridge A are in first. Coventry A and Exeter B are your provisional podium at the moment. But Exeter A and Brooks A can both get themselves onto the podium. In Clubman's, I think it's Birmingham A who have secured it. I thought we were going for a start for a second then. The engine notes sound outside the window, but no, we're going around again. Birmingham A are on 152. So sorry, actually, I'll just put some points to what I just said. Cambridge A are on 178. Nobody can beat them. They can actually improve by winning this race, actually. So if they want to really sign out in style, Alistair Senior could go from the back to win this one. That would actually improve their tally by a point. 173 is the score to beat if you want to get onto the podium. Coventry A and Exeter B both have 173. Exeter A are on 171, but if they win this, they would take themselves onto the podium. Same for Brooks A. In Clubman, Birmingham A are on 152. They could improve, of course. Rory Smith at the front of this field, so if he wins this one, he could really seal the deal for them. But I think it's going to be Leeds A can overhaul them. Actually, at the moment, as can.
Sorry,
Brighton
Howard.
A.
We are away for this race. So it's as you were at the start again. Better start from the right-hand side of the grid as Rory Smith leads the teams away once again. Not sure. We're looking out for where Matthew Tomlinson is in the Manchester Met A car. He is still in second place, actually challenging for the lead now. Manchester Met A going down the inside into the lead of this race, but they have run massively wide, and that has allowed somebody else to come sauntering through into the lead of this race. It's the 39 of Newcastle B, Kyle Knight, very experienced driver, had a good day so far, but it's still Rory Smith in front. Kyle now in second place for the Newcastle B car. Then it's Manchester Met A with Matthew Tomlinson, and can't quite see who is in fourth at the moment, but it looks like we've had a much cleaner start. Everyone registering the fact that the rain is coming down, registering the fact to go a little bit slower than normal. So yeah, much better start there for the guys. You just see them coming through the gloom now that is Buckmore Park. The lights are on, but the natural light is definitely being lost.
Teams to look out for Clubman. Sorry, I just said that Brighton can overhaul. They can't actually. Brighton have done their racing for the day. They are where they are. So Birmingham A lead Clubman's at the moment, but Leeds A are still in the hunt. Kingston A are still in the hunt, as there's a few moments coming out of centre there. If you keep an eye on that one, James. So Leeds A can overhaul
for sure.
Leeds A can overhaul Birmingham A. Kingston A can overhaul them. UEA can actually still win Clubman's as well. So there's 4 teams in it for Clubman's. University West of England A, Leeds A, Kingston A, and Birmingham A. So Clubman's nice and wide open going into this last race.
I have to issue an apology to Swansea A. I thought I saw them spinning off at the first rate in the first start. It wasn't them. They are actually doing. They've actually Ryan Edwards has actually had a fantastic start for that team, running up into 5th place as we go. Just see a Club 100 sandwich there between Nottingham Trent C and the 14 of Cambridge A, and I think Kingston involved in that as well. There was a spinner in the pit lane. So that is a very nasty way to go. But yeah, so at the moment it is Rory Smith leading away from Carl Morby, the Oxford Brooks A driver. Then we've still got a very good start for Carl Knight in the Newcastle B car. Then it's Leeds A with Jack Fisher, also a very good start for him. And Swansea A is your top 5 for the moment, as there is a cone penalty for Cambridge A. So whilst they are basically nailed on to win this race, yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, forget about it. Forget about it.
Congratulate. Okay. Alistair Senior can just enjoy himself out there. Seriously, it's not possible for any teams to overhaul them. As I say, the thing to look out for from the Prem's perspective is what Exeter A and Brooks A managed to accomplish, which is poignant because they're leading.
Absolutely. So good laps there. We've obviously on that lap we've missed the fact that the leader of this race has changed. It is now Kyle Morby from Rory Smith for Oxford Brooks and Birmingham A respectfully. Good laps as well for Swansea A and Loughborough A. Ryan Edwards leading Loughborough A at the moment in 3rd place, with Loughborough A just behind in 4th for Tom Thickpenny, who's also had a very good start. A lot of good starts going on here for these races as Kyle Morby just taking different lines are Carl Morby and Rory Smith, but it looks like whatever Carl Morby's doing, he's working well because he would appear to have gained a little bit of time on Rory Smith in the Birmingham kart there.
Look out for Tom Thickpenny because he's there in 4th place, having had that spin, didn't he, into the S's? Yes. That wasn't before the full start was called, was it? That was on the genuine start.
No. He had a spin for the. On the restart. Not on the restart. He had a spin on the full start.
Right, it was on the full start.
Yes,
okay, fine.
Yes.
Ignore what I'm saying because he has not made up for a spin there, but he is doing very well in 4th place, and he's got some pace in him, and he has just had a warm-up, of course, in these conditions in the Loughborough D kart in the previous race. So he's had a cheeky little bit of practice there, which is, I say cheeky because it is within the rules what they've done, but he's just got himself acclimatised ahead of this one, so still one to look out for.
It does have to be said, though, he is lapping a little bit slower than the Swansea A car of Ryan Edwards. Ryan putting in a 1 minute 9.6 as Nottingham Trent A receive a black flag. Now, where are they? They are 14th place. Now, they've got that for a takeout, which is very naughty indeed, and they have been punished accordingly. So it is still as you were at the front. Just waiting to see them coming through. We've got
visor warning for Manchester A.
That's an interesting one.
And a black flag for Cambridge. It doesn't matter. No, taking out a competitor. That's just disappeared as quickly as it appeared on timing, actually.
Well, so has the black flag.
We'll keep you posted on that one.
So now some of them have disappeared because there's the black flag for the Nottingham Trent A car, which has disappeared as well.
Interesting.
So we'll wait to see what happens there. I just saw I think it was the number 6. Possibly.
Yeah, Loughborough B.
Loughborough B, yes, I just saw them running wide. So there's a little bit of a gap now developing from sort of you've got this battle you've got 2 battles at the front going on. You've got Oxford Brooks A, Carl Morby versus Rory Smith, but they seem to be going roughly at the same pace at the moment. In fact, they've both just put in 1 minute 9.8. Then we've got a battle between Swansea A and Loughborough A for 3rd place. Loughborough A gaining a bit of time on. In fact, they gained a second on Swansea A in that last one. And then we've got about 4 seconds back to Loughborough B, although I definitely did just see them running wide at hairpin 1. So that race, that gap might be bigger. In fact, I think Loughborough B are definitely no longer in 6th place. We will see who is in 6th across the line. But it's the battle for 3rd we are watching at the moment. Battle between Tom Thickpenny and Ryan Edwards. There's Nottingham Trent C, who are now in 5th place. The number 6 now running in 6th, Loughborough B kart.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. So this is Tom Thickpenny, as you say, James, in the Loughborough A kart, chasing the 36 of Swansea A with Ryan Edwards at the wheel. Loughborough B, we should say, Charlie Bennett at the wheel of that one, and he's the one who took a win for them in round 3 earlier today, albeit in very different conditions. We are now seeing the black flag being shown on timing for Cambridge A for taking out, well, we presume it's not actually come up as takeout, but we presume that's just a repeat showing of that black flag. Huddersfield B as well are being shown a black flag on timing. So just a few drivers falling foul of the rules. I mean, it is poorer visibility out there. That's not an excuse. I'm just trying to rationalise why we might be seeing a few more errors out there that lead to incident.
Oxford, Carl Morby's dropping Rory Smith by a significant amount. So the lap time previous line was about 1.5 seconds. It's now only he's just gone about 0.6 of a lap faster than Rory Smith through there. Meanwhile, Swansea A definitely do not disconsider them. That's the word. That's definitely not a word, but we'll ignore that fact as we've got a spinner there. That's the 81 of Cambridge B. They are well out of this race at the moment. Nottingham Trent A making progress there, but I believe
that's harsh. They're facing the wrong way.
Oh, I'm not. No, it's the final race of the day. It's the end of the day. I'm not interested. No, I'm not having them. But anyway,
they're back underway.
They're back underway.
Fans.
Sorry, Cambridge. I didn't mean that. Please accept my sincere apologies. You're better than Oxford. At least you bothered to turn up.
There you go.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Recovered, brilliant. Anyway, coming back to what I was saying, do not discount. That's the word I was looking for. Don't discount Swansea A in this race. They are currently, that last lap, were lapping faster than Birmingham A. So they are. It's about 2.5 second gap between Birmingham A and Swansea A. But I've just been keeping an eye on it on the screen, and it looks as though the Swansea team is making a few more mistakes than the Birmingham team.
Halfway stage, that was your leader you just saw there. He's going to come into shot again here. That's Carl Morby, and right now he's doing enough to haul Brooks A onto the round podium at the last gasp here. And then in second place, you saw Rory Smith coming through in the number 4, and then it is the battle we've been talking about recently, the 36 of Swansea A and the number 2 of Loughborough A. That is Nottingham A. I haven't mentioned them too much in this race so far, but it's a good job that Henry Jackson is doing for them, running in 6th place, having come from 18th on the grid, and he's trying to hunt down the Nottingham Trent C kart, the 103 up the road. Then there is the Loughborough B kart, Charlie Bennett at the wheel, as I said, race winner from round 3 this morning. And then in 8th place is the 23 of Kingston A, Jack O'Toole at the wheel for them.
Yes, let's not forget Henry Jackson in the Nottingham A car had a good fight with Tom Thickpenny in his last race, but obviously a bit more of a gap now between those two drivers. Obviously these conditions possibly not favouring Henry Jackson as much as they would for Mr. Thickpenny. Birmingham A have just set a personal best in this race, and so they have extended their gap now over Swansea A. It's still not too much, and the gap between Swansea A and Loughborough A is still not increasing massively. But also a big shout out as well to the Nottingham Trent C car. They've obviously got I think they've got their faster driver in there today, and actually the Nottingham Trent C car started all the way down in 27th place. So the fact that who is it? It's Dante Dillon in the Nottingham Trent C cars.
Yep.
And he is doing a fantastic job now to be running all the way up in the lofty heights of 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. Newcastle B have just taken Leeds A for 9th place. That means that Kyle Knight, who's racing into the night, no, that's terrible, has just got by Jack Fisher in the Leeds A kart as the battle over 5th place goes by the Birmingham C kart of the number 54. Henry Jackson now right on the tail of Dante Dillon here. Through Senna they go, and through Cafe Corner. Blind corner for those drivers. The fence that you could see in the shot there, that prevents them from seeing through the corner. But high-speed corner usually, in conditions like this, it's about guiding it through. Dante takes the wider line. He'll get good drive out there on the wide line. But Henry Jackson is closing all the while, and one feels it's a moment. It's a question of when, not if, he attempts a move here on the 103 of Nottingham Trent C.
It's always just brilliant to see in the wet conditions how far out into the next county they go through hairpin 2. Obviously, we run right down the inside in dry conditions, but obviously in these conditions, right out to the outside. Just having a quick look on our trustworthy puddle just out by Pullman's. It is still absolutely bucketing it down now as Coventry D gets a cone penalty. Very difficult conditions for the drivers, but I have to say, with one or two small exceptions, the drivers are performing absolutely admirably. To be even just to be keeping it going at this stage is a testament to the skill of the drivers we have on display out there at the moment.
Exeter A have just got up into 10th place. Sorry to cut across you there, mate. They've just got past Leeds A. I'm keeping an eye on them because remember I said they were the other team as well as BUKC A who can haul themselves onto the round podium.
Absolutely, yep.
They're not doing enough yet. They need to gain a couple more positions. I say that. I'm not... there could be some penalties. No, I don't think either of the carts ahead of them have penalties to be applied. So at the moment they're not doing enough. But if they can get another two, and bear in mind Ryan Luscombe for the Exeter has come from 32nd on the grid, so to have got himself into the top 10 is an achievement in itself. But keep your eye out on your timing towers on the side of your screen there on the number 5 of Exeter A, because if they can gain a couple more positions they will achieve the magical 173, which ties them with Coventry A and Exeter B.
Dante Dillon getting a decent gap now to Henry Jackson behind. Meanwhile, in the battle for second place, this is quite a weird one for me saying this, but Swansea A are gaining massively on Birmingham A. This is actually how I've just suddenly realised something. This is Swansea versus Birmingham.
This is our own derby.
This is our own derby from a while ago. For some
it had been so harmonious in this comms box.
It had,
and now in the last race. Anyway, here's Exeter A. That is Ryan Luscombe trying to work his way up. He's having a bit of a quiet time of it right now. He's got to make up 6 seconds to get onto the back of Newcastle B, but that is the driver trying to haul Exeter A onto the podium and achieve what BUKC A are already on target to achieve, which is to score enough points to get themselves onto the podium. But yes, indeed, the gap has come down by another 6/10 between Birmingham A and Swansea A in the battle over second. They're in the latter part of the lap at the moment, is the number 4 and the number 36.
Just to talk about our leader as well.
Yep.
Mr. It's Carl Morby, isn't it? Yeah. Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it is. No, he has got a 5-second gap, so he is well clear. And as we've seen in some of these races later on the day, once you get a gap like that, it is very rare that gap does actually come down. So good effort there from Carl Morby, as we've got just about 6 minutes left of this race to go. And also the fact that the race distance was cut down by 5 minutes also means that the chance of coming across back markers is lessened towards the end of this race.
The battle for second is closed to under a second now as they're heading through hairpin 1, I can just see from our comms position. So that is one that we're going to want to start to keep an eye on. As I say, look out for the 4 and the 36 as we've got a spinner out of Senna. Easily done. That's Manchester A in the 26.
Ah, shame.
They were running okay, but it's just easy to get out on the standing water on the outside of Senna.
Now looking at Ryan Luscombe here coming through. He's in 10th place. What's the gap to Newcastle in sort of Carl Morby? It's still about 6 seconds.
Yeah.
So not quite making the progress that they need for that podium.
Here it is then. Here's the battle for second place. There's the 4 of Birmingham A.
Sorry, Tom Thickpenny is now past Swansea A.
Ah, okay.
So I think there's a back marker in the way. So I'm guessing that somewhere on this lap, the back marker has got in the way and allowed Tom Thickpenny to get through on Swansea, which is a shame. But at the same time, brings it into a nice little freeway fight for second place.
It's a lifeline for Rory Smith in this Birmingham A card, but it's a short-lived relief because Tom Thickpenny, having got up into third, will no doubt be trying to chase him now for second. So the leader of the race is 7 seconds ahead of the man on your screens right now, Carl Morby in the Oxford Brooks A kart. This man here is hoping to give Birmingham A a big finish to their day, and also, by the way, in doing so, seal the deal on their clubman victory in this round, lest we forget that Birmingham A are in the clubman subclass this year. So if Rory can hold on for this result, then it will absolutely confirm Birmingham as your clubman winners. Remember, there was Leeds A, Kingston A and University West of England A could all overhaul Birmingham for the clubman trophy for this round, but at the moment, of course, running around in second, Rory is the highest placed clubman, so he is doing more than enough to keep them in the lead of that in time for the end of the day.
Swansea have just fallen a bit away from this fight, so it now looks like it's the battle between Birmingham and Loughborough coming into this, of Rory Smith versus Tom Thickpenny. Gap just under a second between those two. Rory Smith and they're taking very different lines. There's contact between them.
Yeah.
They took so much different lines, and Rory Smith is now down to third place now. That's an interesting one because it looked like they just came together. There was
That
no
was a weird one. It was just their two different lines converging, wasn't it? Rory was taking the wide line and trying to get the switch back. So he'll go wide here, and then Tom Thickpenny is on the inside line there. Now, traditionally, there's a penalty for Birmingham there for trap limits. If that's based off of that incident there, I'd personally call that as particularly harsh. To be perfectly frank and honest, as the rain is now coming down even heavier, if anything.
I've got a cone penalty for BUKC, but more importantly, Swansea now having a go on. So we got so the penalty is can't quite see what it is at the moment on live time, but Swansea A properly in this fight now with Birmingham A. They want to get past them, make sure that they can potentially have a go at Loughborough as well for second place. Obviously, at the moment, Swansea will be inheriting that third place position, but I don't want to talk ill of the stewards, but I do have to agree, Howard. I think that is a little bit harsh.
It could just be unfortunate timing. We don't know that they didn't violate track limits somewhere else.
That is true.
Around the circuit. So benefit of the doubt there. But either way, mate, we're about to get our derby here. This is Swansea v Birmingham for third place on the road, side by side out of hairpin 2.
Ryan down the inside into the first S, and he has got the move done. Swansea overtaking Birmingham, and that is a fantastic move there by Ryan, but it is by no means over. Rory Smith trying to send it down the inside into Simon. Oh, it's
Gotta be
so
careful here,
close. So close there. You do not want to pick a penalty up at this stage. We've got just over a minute and a half less. Tom Thickpenny will probably be checking out of second place. So Ryan Edwards has now got that move done on Rory Smith. He's got a nice little gap now back to him, about a couple of tenths of a second, which in karting is actually a significant amount. And you just see there Ryan coming through, nice and composed. Rory sliding about a bit.
Puddle there. You're saying the move was good, mate? No, it was average. You know.
Get a better driver then.
And the gloves are off in the comms box with 1 minute on the clock left of the day. Good move there, definitely for Ryan Edwards there, getting by Rory Smith. Can Rory find any response? He'll have seen that he has a penalty to be applied. This is your leader, though. Barely mentioned him recently, Kyle Morby. In fact, to be honest with you, we've been so dominant, we did have that moment where we went, is Kyle Wright still in this one? He's still in this race. Yes, indeed he is. And when he next crosses the line, he shall trigger the last lap board, and it will be the final lap of the race, of the round, of the day for Kyle Morby. And in doing so, by my maths, he will haul Oxford Brooks A into second place for the round, stressing that it's provisional as ever. But he really has driven really well. As we'd expect, he's really good in these conditions, is Kyle, with Loughborough A running in second. And there is the final lap board. So onto a very wet, probably a bit windy as well.
And dark and cold.
And dark and cold and all those things. But we love coming to
Buckmore.
Buckmore.
It's Buckmore Park.
It's Buckmore Park, but we do love coming here. And honestly, this is my favourite track. And I love it even in the wet, to be perfectly honest. I'd say I have the most... If I'm going to have to drive around anywhere in the wet, I always like it to be Buckmore because I still have the most fun, personally, driving in the wet.
I would agree with that, but I have to put a shout out. Best wet track as well, Wilton Mill. I've always gone well in the wet there when we've been at qualifiers or there for Club 100 in general. But we are sticking now with Kyle Morby. The fight for second place is over. The fight for third place is over. Swansea A look nailed on for that one. So we just got to wait to see Kyle Morby navigate past the 54 of Birmingham C, who's having a couple of moments there. He's got past, coming now through the centre chicane to wrap up this final race of the day, the final race for the heavyweights, heading now through Cafe Curve. He's going to run over the curves. Is there a flourish like we've seen before? No, there isn't, but he still wins the race, taking maximum points for Oxford Brooks in that race, also helping Oxford Brooks to the podium for the overall race. We're waiting to see Tom Thickpenny across the line. There he is, waiting for Ryan Edwards. Thriker, he beats Birmingham across there, but Birmingham right behind as well. Then we have Nottingham Trent C, who overtake Nottingham Actually, Nottingham Trent C overtake Nottingham on the final lap of the race. We completely forgot about the fight between Henry Jackson and Dante Dillon in the Nottingham cars. Then it was Loughborough B, Newcastle B. We wait for across the line. Might be a bit of a wait for them. About 14 seconds behind Loughborough B. Wait, there we go. Newcastle B just in front, actually, of Kingston A. I think that was a fight in the clubman class. Waiting now for Oxford Brooks B, who has to be said have not had the best of days in either round, but they come through to finish in 10th, Exeter A in 11th, Sheffield A in 12th, Coventry B 13th, Nottingham Trent A 14th, Cambridge A were 15th, Warwick A 16th, and they've also just overtaken Bath B on the final lap. Loughborough C are the final car across the line. They come home at 18th, and then to round out your top 20, it's Leeds A and Oxford Brooks C.
Win for Carl Morby then, and Oxford Brooks A, by my count, and this is provisional, takes them onto the podium into second place. But it is Cambridge A who we provisionally at least say has won this one. They have a win and 2 second places, giving themselves 178 points. They didn't have a great final race of the day. They got a few penalties in there. In fact, where did they get classified in the end, mate? I didn't quite...
Who was that?
Cambridge A, mate.
Cambridge A. Oh, they are nowhere.
They're classified 15th. It's not that bad.
Considering first, second.
No. Granted, we're setting the bar quite high. But Cambridge A have taken the win on this one. And then we think, by my maths here in the box, it's my debut operating the spreadsheet of doom, let's not forget, we think it's Brooks A, and then I think Coventry A have won it on countback against Exeter B. There's a very wet and cold Jacob down there, so I think I should go quiet and allow him to close this one out. Thank you very much for watching, folks. From myself and James here in comms, it's goodbye. Let's go down to Jacob.
Goodbye.
Apologies for the delay. I'm down here with race winner Kyle Morby. Kyle, Oxford Brooks A's first win of the day.
You're using that against me now. Thanks. Yeah, it's about time really. Shame it came at the end of the day, but hey, if it was wet from the beginning, it might have been a bit different. But oh well, it's good to have a win at least.
I spoke to you on the grid and you said you weren't worried about anyone else who's in the race. You made short work with Rory Smith and then led from there.
Yes, on the second restart. How I didn't get binned and put in the wall many times on the first restart, I don't know. If that had stuck, it would have been a bit of a different case. But no, the second one was good. I liked that. That was a lot better.
There's a fair few people unhappy with that first restart, and a number of people are praising JV for that call.
Yeah, thank you, JV. You are the man.
As for Brooks, as a championship contender, how are we looking across the four teams?
Could be any at the minute, really. Everyone has their good days. We have bad days. Like, it was in the first round. There's C team in the C team third or highest in the first round. So at the minute, it could be any of us, which is not ideal. But hey, that's how it goes, isn't it?
Can you take the challenge to Coventry? Is the big question.
We're trying. Just not have much luck on our side at the minute. Old Lady Luck's run out from the past 3 years. I'd go with.
Don't use that old excuse.
I need something. That's all I got.
You can't admit you haven't got any talent.
No, behave. I wouldn't be here otherwise, would I?
Obviously not, Kyle. Thanks for chatting with us, and all the best for GIG. I'll see you next Friday.
Thank you very much. See you next Friday.
Right, I'm not sure if that's your job to drive that back down, but I'll just step out the way. That, I'm afraid, is all we have for you for today. 6 races. Darren, you might want to step this way so Kyle can drive that back down to the pits. And yes, unfortunately, we've come to an end of our race and 12 wonderful sprint races for you here from Buckmore Park. Dry in the morning, wet in the afternoon. What more can you ask for? We'll be back next week. Friday is GYG for mains rounds 5 and 6. Join us from, again, 9:20 in the morning for the first stream. We have 2 rounds of sprints again. So 6 races in the morning and 6 races in the afternoon to bring you from GYG. For now, though, that's all. Thank you very much to the Alpha Live team for streaming with us, and thank you very much for watching. Good night.